To be for the council? I'm assuming based on the number, it's only gonna be for the council. Oh, okay. Left you something to sign? No, I figured I'd share.
That came from Gina?
Yes.
Whoa, new microphone. They're giving us.
Anthony's not quite sure what they're for, and I couldn't even get it to turn on, so I'm assuming we're not using them yet, but.
They're gonna give us.
Plan, Chip.
They're right
That
here.
would
I
make
got-
sense.
I can see it.
Then
That
we
was
won't
so
have-
nice.
I won't be. You guys will be going
That
this
is
year,
pretty
right?
cool. We're gonna be like up to
You
date.
know those ones that are itty bitty? That
It's
we have a
like-
hard time seeing?
What's the question is, are you gonna be able to zoom in on these?
I can't see it, it's so little, I can't see it. He's like, that doesn't make any sense, I go look at it. He's like, who do you think can read that? Well,
You know, when I was younger, I loved to write teeny tiny.
teeny tiny now.
Like, and people would always tell me like, "You're old, you're not gonna be able to read what you wrote."
I don't want to hear that though. I'm the same way, I used to write itty bitty. It looks so neat,
Right, exactly.
no, it looks so neat and orderly.
No. Wow, this is
I'm
crazy.
glad you said that.
That is so cool. That
Have to, man. That's a-
Wait, what was canceled?
William Street.
All right, SR.
Yeah, good morning. Okay.
Hello, here we are, I feel like I never left.
Oh, what is this? Oh, my
We only
goodness.
know because we opened our cards. Exactly, enough.
Oh,
Yes,
tin
dear.
is
I was
sealed.
thinking of buying.
That's probably for the best.
I was trying to get out of work on time. So I didn't
I was
do it.
thinking of buying you.
Oh,
She
nice.
said Mr. Priani would say, no, no,
Hey,
no.
look at
conflict of
this.
interest, I don't know, whatever. So this is what I was gonna buy you.
All of that.
Oh, I love that company. I've got things.
Oh, you got that, yeah?
I got presents.
I like that one.
You take notes all the time, right?
That's so funny.
I have to wear my shot.
Oh, my
See, that's the
gosh.
thing. I take
Oh,
notes, but
Lynn,
I can
that's
never
really
follow.
admirable.
The one I worked on really.
That is perfect.
Couldn't
I
find it
watched
on
the first
Amazon.
hour of Hamlet last night.
Were you a little tired?
Basically.
That's all I kept hearing in my head.
These are I appreciate you saying that. You've
Yeah.
been around this stuff for a long
They were
time
on
and you
this-
know how it
Used to go
is.
at 15.
I can't see.
Hello, hello, hello. Okay.
And he had 6 of them.
We have functioning mics too.
New microphones, and we will, they ordered 3 more, we will have these, so the plans will be.
Wait. That's just too fancy.
Oh, this is
for
from
us.
Gina?
I'll be able to see and not be going like this, you guys will be looking at me
I
like.
think it was
"What?"
really for me, yeah.
No. I thought maybe, I don't know, the township or
That's why
something.
they bigger screen.
I'm squinting my glasses, I'm like,
They took the money on
I parked next to your $400,000 car again.
If I wear contacts for that
First
stuff,
one's
I have
not
to
here
put
today.
these magnifying things on. Then it's like I could start a fire with them. Crazy.
Oh, sure.
Mine is about 10 or 15.
I mean,
Where can we find it?
Buy it, but
It's, yeah, it's,
But
they're,
where?
they're expensive. It's this Dan Law company. I'll see, I definitely have one, I
I
think
don't
it's
care
like
if it's 3 or 4.
2022.
That's great. I mean,
I was.
I'm due for 2026, and then I'll pass this along to
you-
somebody.
It's always good to have.
Yeah, no, they're great.
You,
And John Drill, who does it now, is like
No, no,
one of the
now I
smartest
do a lot of
lawyers I know.
Yeah,
Now I do a lot of
Amy.
that.
you could wear it in the case.
Amy.
Guys, you know what?
Why?
Used to be, I don't, used to be, it's okay. I didn't get the CG.
Without my phone, let my phone
Because
charge.
every ordinance
All right, I'm ready. We're going to call this meeting to order. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Oh, this meeting complies with the Open Public Meetings Act. Notice of this meeting been published on the municipal bulletin board and in the applicable newspapers.
Roll call, please, Kathleen.
Mr. Hyman,
Here?
Mr. Martins,
Here.
Ms. Rosal.
Here.
Mr. Tremor,
Here.
Mr. Seleckia,
Here.
Dr. Hofstein,
Here.
Ms. Bradley.
Here. Do you have any resolutions this evening?
We do not.
Okay. I do have meeting minutes from the 12/3/25 meeting. I need a motion and a second, please.
Motion? Accept the minutes?
Motion and a second. Roll call,
Second.
please.
Okay.
Mr. Hyman,
Yes.
Mr. Martins,
Yes.
Ms. Rosal,
Yes.
Mr. Tremor,
Yes.
Mr. Seleckia,
Yes.
Dr. Hofstein,
Yes.
Ms. Bradley.
Yes. I also have vouchers for this evening's meeting for the recording secretary for Jackson Township in the amount of $175. I need a motion and a second to approve payment of the voucher, please.
Second?
We have a motion and a second. Roll call, please.
Mr. Hyman,
Yes.
Mr. Martins,
Yes.
Ms. Rosal, Mr. Tremor,
Yes.
Mr. Seleckia,
Yes.
Dr. Hofstein,
Yes.
Ms. Bradley.
Yes. Do you have any announcements this evening, Mrs. Granny?
Yes, we do. Number 4 on the agenda, ZYSR LLC is being adjourned to the February 4th meeting. No additional notice required.
We're in our professionals.
You swear or affirm that the testimony you will give before this board will be the truth and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Please state your name and position for the record.
Mark Romeyer, Board Engineer.
Ashton Jones, board planner, filling in for Ernie Peters.
Who are you? What's going on?
Gina Tumalo, Assistant Zoning Officer.
Any matters for discussion this evening?
Yes, I have one item that I would like to discuss, or maybe just get help on. So I get these emails pushed to me, which is great, because when I go to our website, I log in and tell them who I am. But the body of, first of all, the part that matters is stuck in the middle there in the body of.
I'm sorry, Mr. Renzo, which email are you referring to?
Okay, so it's an email that I get from the civicplus.com, and it says zoning board, civicplus.com.
That means that he is signed up for the township email. Through the township email system, they push out notifications of the different meetings, planning, town council, zoning, and all the different meetings.
Okay, sorry, I just want to
Okay,
orient
yeah.
myself.
Okay, yeah. And the reason I bring that up is because I think push is great, right? So that the residents don't have to go look or how do they get notified that something has changed? Because this doesn't just tell me that it always tells me there's a new one. There was a change. If Dawn changes it, I find out about it. And it's great, right? But the key part is right in the middle of a whole bunch of legal stuff. And it says, please click on the link below. There's no link below. There's a link that follows. Okay, fine. But if you follow it and you click on it, you get nowhere. You get an error. So I think similar to our agenda, how do I get this fixed? Because I think it's a big thing that we hear a few complaints every once in a while that, hey, you guys do these things and you don't notify us and we don't know, so the public is not here. I just wanted to bring that up.
Yeah, and my suggestion would be that you email your complaint to the mayor.
The mayor, okay.
Yes, because it would be something with your, it's either IT or it's something in the agreement with Civic Plus itself.
Right.
So I think that's probably a good place to start.
Okay, okay.
And, you know,
Yeah. Yeah, because it's one of those that say, don't reply to this one because nobody's,
yeah.
so what do I do?
Yeah, I
Yeah.
would take an example, one that you get that is an example
Yep.
of what you
Yeah, right here.
object to,
Yeah.
and forward it to the mayor and say, you know, this is my concern. Is there a way to change the structure or to highlight, you know,
Yep.
or just bolding it or something to make sure that people are paying attention to the important
Yeah, the
part.
bolding and the highlight, that's all that's required, and then the link has to work. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's all I have. to discuss.
And no administrative approvals for this evening. So we're going to move on to applicant number 1, Carlene and Dominic Lombardi, variance 3544, 368 Leesville Road. Mr. and Mrs. Lombardi, you can come forward to the microphone, please.
Well, I'm going to swear you in because since you're representing yourselves, you're going to be making your argument, but also essentially giving testimony. So I'd ask that you raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you will give before this board will be the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
And if you could state your names for the record.
Carlene Lombardi.
Dominic.
One second. We should have warned you they're improving the acoustics in this room, but you're going to need to speak very straight into it. And if you have to yell, please do so.
Carlene Lombardi.
Dominic Lombardi.
Yes, and again, as the chair said, I know it's awkward, but the more you could speak in the microphone and speak loudly, the better chance there is that we're not going to say, I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Okay.
Okay, so then you just start to explain to the board what it is you're asking
I
for.
do, right.
Into the mic.
Yeah. I'm looking to build a pole barn to store an antique truck. The setbacks, we didn't meet because I'm a little shy of an acre. So I'm asking to move the building 22 feet from the side rather than 50. And we're gonna move, there's currently I think it's a 10 by 12 shed there. We want to move that to the opposite side, and that's going to be 15 feet off the opposite side.
And why do you, what do you use the shed for?
It's going to be to store an antique truck.
No, that's, no, the
Oh,
pole
shed.
barn will be to, we only have a one-car garage on our home. So with him having a vehicle, I have a vehicle, and then we have the antique truck. We need a place to put the snow blower, the lawnmowers, and then this antique truck in that separate pole barn.
Did you receive the reviews from the board's planner and engineer?
Did I receive what, I'm not sure I
Letters.
understand.
The
The initial,
There were the reports from Morgan Municipal, which is the board engineers, and Remington Vernick, which is the board planner.
would that have come to my email? Because I don't recall seeing anything.
Yes. That would have.
And that was sent, when would that have been sent?
The dates are November, really December 3rd, let's say for Morgan Municipal, and December 8th for Remington and Vernick.
No, and what, if I can ask you, what does that mean? What did that say? Because I don't know what it is.
Okay, so I'm not going to tell you what they say, not because I'm trying to be tricky, but because they're here.
Oh, sorry.
And so they'll be able to, and the reason I ask is they had asked some questions and had some concerns. So
Okay,
this is kind of the way it works. Usually you say what you need to say, then the board has an opportunity to ask you questions. The professionals have an opportunity to ask questions. The public can ask questions if they want, and then the board will consider.
okay, understood.
Omar?
Good evening, Mr. and Mrs. Lombardi. I'm the board engineer, and I've reviewed all your application documents. I have a few questions that we could go through. So for the record, the subject property is 368 Leesville Road, Block 10001, Lot 14. It's located in the R3 residential zone, 1 unit per 3 acres. The property is currently on 0.92 acres and developed with a single-family dwelling, rear deck, above-ground pool, pool deck, and shed.
There is no above-ground pool that was taken down.
Thank you. So I believe you accurately stated the variance relief that you're being sought, and I'll leave that up to the board planner to confirm. According to the state's online database, it appears there's wetlands on the rear of the property. When that situation occurs, we require the wetlands to be verified to confirm whether the developments that you're proposing are appropriate so close to the wetlands. So that involves you essentially hiring a scientist who would go out and flag the wetlands, and then that gets submitted to the state for confirmation. So my recommendation would be, should the board approve your application tonight, my recommendation would be that you as the applicant would be required to obtain that wetlands verification as a condition of approval, and that can be done later. So are you agreeable to that?
Understood. Would that have been in the past when they got the permit for the pool, or they got the permit to put the shed in the back, which is where we're building this pole barn? Would that have been done at that time, the prior resident?
It's possible there could be some information on file, so you could always check with the town's records.
I'll do
And
that.
start, it's a good place to start.
Sure.
So that was the first concern. The survey is rather outdated. Can you confirm that everything shown on the survey, with the exception of the pool, is accurately shown on there on the survey that you provided?
Pretty much.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Have there been any other improvements added that aren't shown on the plan?
No, that's on there.
That's what I'm saying. It's shown on there.
Yeah.
It's okay. Yes, the previous owners had an addition put on, and that's shown on there.
Thank you.
We just purchased this home in
May.
May.
Okay. Do you have any issues with any stormwater runoff or flooding on the property?
No.
Okay. So you sketched on top of the survey where you're proposing the shed and the pole barn. Can you just confirm, is that you guys who did actually sketch on the survey?
Yes.
Okay. Because that's what we would follow moving forward. We just want to put that on the record.
I'm sorry, Ms. Romeyer?
Yes.
From the sketch and the survey, are you able to tell the board how far from the lines, the property lines, the proposed structures are?
So they provide a dimension from the property line. It's not drawn to scale, but I believe the board could rely on the dimensions written on top of the survey. They're showing the shed 15 feet off the left property line and 22 feet off the right property line for the pole barn, where 50 feet is required for the pole barn if it's used as a garage. And can you just confirm the height of the proposed pole barn? I believe you did submit drawings.
Yes.
Should be on the plan.
Um,
on the-
I'll find it. That's it right here.
Yeah.
It appears it's indicated as 13 feet. Does that sound correct?
Yes, because it's a 9-foot wall, so I think with the truss, it should be 13 feet high.
So that's a height of 13 feet for the pole barn?
Total height from the floor to the peak.
Okay. And then the appearance of the proposed pole barn, does it match in any type of way, such as material or color or anything else to the house?
It matches, we have it matched to the house, the shed outside, so it all looks the same.
It's the house and the shed are two different colors, but it's the closest.
It's a
that we-
gray,
Yeah,
yes.
it's gray, like the existing shed that's there. Plus, on the wetland piece, that the last 100 feet of the property is untouched. That's all natural. The fenced-in yard is 250 feet from the road, so the back part, we don't do anything with.
So
Okay.
you'll notice on what you have, the fence is not the property line in the back. That extends way beyond that piece.
Yeah, and regarding the wetlands topic, my recommendation would be if the board is comfortable approving it, then they should do so. And if by chance the DEP does not allow it due to the closeness of the wetlands, that would just be the end of it. And lastly, can you just describe, you mentioned there's a truck being proposed to be stored. Is it for residential use only? It's just for your hobby or it's not? For
Yes, it's a hobby.
Okay. What type of truck is it?
It's a 51 Ford.
Sounds good. That's all I have. Thank you.
Any questions from the board?
Have you,
Tremor?
have you talked to the neighbors about it? No issues?
Yes. I've talked to a few of our neighbors that are next to us. Because the building would be set towards the back of the yard, it's not to the side of anyone's building that they could look out their side windows and see it. It's not obstructing anything from there. It's to the back. Our neighbor directly next to us, looking at our house to the left, is perfectly fine with that. 2 houses down from us, we spoke with them. Actually, the house next to us and the house next to that, they're absolutely fine with it.
Is
I
there,
can confirm that notice was properly given.
is there any type of fencing in the area too?
We have, our yard is fenced in. The entire yard's fenced in.
Listen,
Chain link.
Okay, no, but listen, I build cars myself. I get it. I get what you're doing. I just, I know the process. I just wanted to make sure. But very good. Thank you.
Any other questions? Mr. Hyman? Oh,
You.
sorry.
Is there going to be any plumbing or electric in this pole barn?
No plumbing, electric, going to be possibly way down the road. Right now, it's just going to be solid storage.
Okay, and the type of work that's being done on the vehicle, is that gonna, cause disturbance like noise to the neighbors?
It's really no work because the truck is completed. It's just a home for the truck rather than be outside. Right. Currently, I'm renting a storage unit. I'd rather have it home.
Absolutely.
And
Uh,
the truck is really for our enjoyment. We take it to shows. It's something we do as a hobby. So at this stage in our life, we don't build them. We just maintain them. So it's not anything that would be noisy to the neighbors.
Got it. And I think I saw in the planner's report something about that there wasn't any depiction of any kind of either pavement or gravel driveway. It's just going to be on the lawn?
Actually, I'm going to just leave grass and because it's only going to come in and out periodically. It's not going to be driven all the time back there. So if it gets to where it creates mud or something, then maybe I'll have to approach that. But I don't see that happening.
Got it. Thank you. For the engineer, is there any issue with drainage, the size of this pole barn?
It's a rather large lot. And the applicant has provided testimony that there is currently no drainage issues on the lot. So I don't feel that any additional measures would be necessary unless the board feels perhaps some type of like stormwater dry well could be required just to help improve stormwater and make sure there's no impact to the neighbors. It would essentially be tying the roof gutters into a French drain, something like that.
No concern? I'm not concerned.
I don't have a concern.
Perfect. Thank you.
Questions or comments?
Yep, just two quick ones. So for the record, this is a show truck, right? I was surprised because originally you called it the truck, like, uh-oh, she doesn't want that thing in there.
Yes, I do. I love that.
Oh, you love the truck? Okay, that's good, that's good.
It keeps him
Uh,
happy, then I'm
Hey,
happy. So
you-
I love the truck.
I stay out of her hair.
I agree with, I'm married, I agree with you 100%. But my point about it, so you're not going to be changing oil, stuff like that,
No, not really.
which, obviously drainage and all, we'd be concerned
Most
about
of it
that.
would be cleaning.
Right. I mean, you got to show it, right?
Just to go to the show.
It sounds like you enjoy it too, so that's good. That's good. Okay, the last thing on the Pinelands, the wetlands thing. So I had some experience with that. That survey, that special survey, right? It was a bit expensive. It wasn't like a normal survey. But again, I think you guys love the truck so much, it's probably worth for you. But it is something important to get. We want to protect our wetlands and, keep Jackson the way we love Jackson. So I would encourage you to do that if you would. Okay, that's it. Thanks.
Any additional questions or comments? Oh, Gina, I'm sorry.
Thank you. Just to put on the record for the board members, this is technically because it is slightly under 1 acre total area. It does not fall under, we have an exception in our code regarding, essentially if it was rezoned, but at one time it was an R1 zone, then it could continue with the setbacks regulated under the R1 zone setbacks. So unfortunately, this is in that slightly gray area where it doesn't meet what it's actually considered a lot of record. So what they're proposing, what Mr. and Mrs. Lombardi are proposing are, if I'm not mistaken, they coincide with the R1 setbacks where they would be just because the lot size where they are just shy to meet that lot of record, which has a few requirements that must be met to be considered and to have that exception applicable to their application. So I just wanted to put that on the record, just so everyone's aware that just because they're 0.92 and not exactly 1 acre, which is what prompted them to come to the board for approval.
So there are 3 variances that are required. One is the minimum lot area and then the 2 side setbacks.
Correct.
Gina, sorry, just for the record.
See? I couldn't, Mr. Martin started talking.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I just wanted to ask our expert a question.
Love that.
So
Thank you.
yeah. So let's make believe that it's an R1, right? 1 acre. Would these dimensions be compliant then? There would be no variance as far as the buffer?
Before I misspeak, let me just pull up our R1 regulations. Just give me one
Looks like
moment,
it
Mr. Martin,
would, but
please.
just, yeah, that's fine. 20 feet, right? Okay, it's not a big deal. That's fine. You probably looked it up already before. Okay. That's fine.
So let's say that the lot in question of the Lombardis was exactly 1 acre, which if it met the lot of record exception, the required setbacks for a private detached garage, AKA pole barn, which is what they're requesting, would be as an interior lot, a 50-foot rear yard setback, which they would be in compliance with, a 20-foot side yard setback, which they would be in compliance with, and a maximum height of 25 feet. Now for the shed, in addition to, it is 15 feet, a 15-foot setback for the rear, as well as 15-foot setback for the side yard and a 15-foot maximum height. So that's why I just wanted to put on the record that just because they're 0.8 shy of an acre is what prompted them to come to the board.
Thank you.
Okay. Any additional questions for Mark or okay.
So everything Gina stated is correct. And then I just want to reiterate, because of that exception, the requirements that they have to follow is the R3. So, and then I would state that I don't believe they need a variance for the size of the lot. It's a pre-existing non-conforming lot. That's just the trigger for why we're here.
It's the minimum lot area, right?
Right, but it's pre-existing. So that's sort of like, in my opinion, I would say they don't need a variance for that. That's just the trigger that is sending them here. Otherwise, we wouldn't be discussing it. And then the variances they need are for the setbacks. But Jean, of course, you're the solicitor. So if you think.
Not at all. I
right.
was just
All
referring
right,
to Mr.
cool.
Peters' report.
All
I'd be
right,
glad
yeah, so I would
to-
say they just
to
need the
accept
2
that
that are in question,
representation.
and then there's the mechanism for why we're here. Do you want me, since I'm sort of covering, I don't know what's normal, do you want me to sort of step them through C criteria, or is that something someone else does?
Yeah,
No,
No,
I don't really
I-
have any questions. I mean, I think they would be, I would just state that the setback requirement is 50 feet. Their lot is 100 feet wide, so clearly, if you had two 50-foot setbacks, you'd have a 0 area to build. So I think that's your justification for the C variance. I would say it's a narrow lot. It's a C1 criteria. And any questions, and I can elaborate on anything.
Just to make sure we have a clear record, I just wanted to point out, the applicant was kind enough to point out that although they gave us a model of the pole barn, they clearly stated that although the model shows the door to the front, the door would actually be on the side. So I just wanted to make sure that everybody was aware of that and that we put that on the record. Also, there was a previous, variance granted for this property for a detached garage. Again, as Ashton stated, although it's undersized, they would have no place to build based on the R3 criteria.
And I would just say one last thing too, only because it's in our letter and it was brought up regarding gravel or transportation between the garage. I would say based on the testimony today, I'm going to sort of consider that more of, yes, it is a garage because it's a car, but more of just a storage facility. It's not going to be driving in and out. And so I think we could treat it like an oversized shed, right? So we could just say no gravel's needed. Obviously, if your testimony changes and in the future, then we might have to reinvent that. But as indicated, you're just going to be periodically taking it out.
Believe me, as fussy as he is with the way that yard looks, if it's needed, it will be there without anybody telling him it has to be there, so.
And I'm sure, but just to reiterate
Yeah.
off Ash's comment, if in the future you decide to, that will require a zoning permit, just so it's on the record and we're being transparent.
Any additional questions for the applicant or our professionals? Right, being that there are no additional questions, I'm going to open it to the public at this time. Anyone wishing to come forward and ask questions regarding the testimony you've heard this evening, please do so. Seeing no one come forward, we're going to go ahead and close public session. Board, it's up first to discussion. Jean, do you want to summarize first?
Yes, as was referenced by Mr. Jones, obviously, these needs to meet the C1 criterion for either hardship based on the property, and also that granting the variance would not violate the purpose of the zoning code and comply with the municipal land use law. You heard the testimony, and the conditions would be that it's a pole barn 22 feet from the right property line, and the shed 15 feet from the left property line. Most importantly, that would be a condition, they need to get a LOI, which is a wetlands delineation from DEP. And the representation on the record was that there would be minor maintenance, primarily cleaning of the truck, but no construction or intense maintenance work would take place in the pole barn, and that the door of the pole barn, in fact, would be on the side rather than the back. So those are the only conditions. So the variance requirements for the setbacks have been met.
I just want to clarify one thing. When you're saying the door, it's the entry door, not the actual garage door.
Thank you.
Okay.
Make a motion to approve the application as per comments from our attorney.
I'll second that.
Okay, thank you. I apologize, I can't hear what is behind me. So we have a motion and a second. Roll call, please.
Mr. Hyman,
Yes.
Mr. Martins,
Yes.
Ms. Rosal, Mr. Tremor,
Yes.
Mr. Seleckia,
Yes.
Dr. Hofstein, Ms. Bradley.
Yes. Variance has been granted. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We appreciate it.
We are going to move forward to applicant number 2. Forgive me if I mispronounce the names, Meyer and Frida Stolman, variance 3547, 68 South Cooksbridge Road. You can come forward, please.
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you give before this board will be the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yeah. Yeah.
And
That
will you
better.
please state your name for the record, and you heard about our troubles with the microphone.
Freda Stallman.
Thank you.
That good?
And if you, Ms. Stillman, if you would just tell us what you're looking to do with the property.
We're looking in the backyard to, it's a corner lot, to, put in a white privacy fence.
How tall?
It's 6 foot. Let's double check.
I
6
just want to
foot.
get on the record.
Tell me the standard.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Martin.
6-foot white vinyl?
White vinyl, yeah,
Okay.
fence.
And like you said, you understand that you're only here because you're on a corner lot, so you're considered having 2 front properties.
Right. We're
Right.
not doing till the actual, till you make the turn.
Right.
Just that behind
Excuse
the
me.
house.
And the fence is, let me just make sure I remember correctly, because I went by, the fence is going to be inside of the greenery that's already there, correct?
Which green?
There's some trees.
Some trees, so it's really to replace the chain link fence.
I'm sorry?
There's a chain link fence currently, so in the back. So to replace it, just for that like safety of my kids and privacy. I don't feel so comfortable leaving, currently since it's a public, it's a busy street, Georgia.
Right.
So you're putting the new fence in the footprint of the chain link fence that's there?
Yeah, either we'll take it down and put it right there or right there, yeah. There might be some greenery in the way that we might need to take off.
I think the question is, how far from the property line would the fence be?
Did they mark it down?
Start.
I
So-
had the fencing company come.
I can chime in somewhat, at least as proposed. There is an issue because as proposed, the fence is in the right of way. So the existing chain link fence is actually non-conforming and it's within the right of way. So definitely the proposal as it is, I would say we as this board don't have the jurisdiction to approve any fence in the right of way. So it's gonna have to change and be moved inward from the proposal as submitted.
So how far from the property line does it need to be?
So it's about 7.8 from what I saw on the survey. And it's not exactly a straight line, but it's either 7.8 on one side and 7.6 on the other from the current location to then be at the property line. Yeah.
And then to add to that, typically the board would provide a condition or requirement that fences are set back at least 6 feet off the property line to allow for any type of utilities, shade tree and utilities to go at some point, and stay far enough off the roadway. And then when we're dealing with corner properties, we typically require to be at least 20 feet off the corner of the property at the intersecting streets. So, yeah, I would agree. Currently, the existing fence is not an appropriate location.
So if I'm understanding correctly, it would have to be at least 7.8 feet from the property lines and 20 feet from the corner section, is that?
I think he said 6 feet from the property line, which if we go on the current chain link fence, of course, mental math is not my specialty, but it would be 7.8 plus 6 would be the moving of the fence inward to the house to meet those criteria. So 13.8 at one point and then 13.4 at the other. It might as well be straight on the property line, so it'd be that plus 6 per mark.
I'm sorry, so I just want to make sure that I'm clear and that the applicant is clear. So you're saying it has to be 13.8 feet from the property line?
13.8 feet from its current location.
Okay, forget the current location.
Then
Talk to
6,
me about the property
6
line.
feet from the property.
Okay.
On Georgian Boulevard.
Yes, Gina.
Actually, I just would like to ask Mark a question. Mark, because this is something a little bit different from what we see, where the property line does not fall even close to the sidewalks, which is what we typically see on property lines and surveys. Do you feel that, in your opinion, that 6 foot additional buffer is necessary to bring us to the 13 feet? Or do you feel that the 7.8 it's not to scale where I can see right now, but for the existing chain link is 7.8. So I'm going to approximate about that the property line sits about 10 feet inward of the inwardmost point of the sidewalk. That's fair enough to say for conversation purposes. Do you feel that's enough of a buffer, or would you recommend that we do that additional 6 on top of 7.8? So we're bringing us to that 13.8.
Yeah, that's a good question. The Georgian Boulevard right-of-way is 75 feet wide. And yeah, it appears the way the road is and where the concrete sidewalk is, the sidewalk is approximately 10 feet to the property line. So I don't have the original subdivision plan in front of me. If
Right.
there is any shade tree and utility easement, I have not seen the board grant approval for fences to be directly on the property line in the front yard. So I would probably err on the side of caution and still recommend 6 feet off the property line unless the board feels comfortable pushing it closer.
So that would approximately be, correct me if I'm wrong, about 16 feet off the most inward point of the sidewalk. Of course, giving the board the option. You can obviously, as the applicant is proposing, along the property line, which is approximately 10 feet inward of the sidewalk, or Mark's recommendation to do that extra 6-foot possible shade tree buffer, bringing us, what do you say, 13.8
13.8, right?
plus that extra 2, so say 15 feet off the most inward point of the sidewalk. So, but we'll let the board decide that. I just wanted to make sure that all options were on the record. Because this is not typical, I mean, for
Yeah.
me anyway, it's not typical that we see a property line so far inset off the sidewalk or the right of way. This is,
I just think that we need to have a clear standard that's for the board and the applicant to understand
okay.
where
So-
the proposal is.
So the applicant is asking for the fence to be on that property line at approximately 10 feet inward of the sidewalk.
Yeah, I guess the most better. Honestly, I was surprised when the survey came back. I was like surprised at the property line.
Right, it's an exception to the, it's not typical,
me,
but
it
it's
looked
not
like-
unheard of.
I was like, is it wrong? But they don't do it wrong
Right.
in these
Okay.
places.
So to clarify, the applicant is requesting it on the property line, approximately
And-
10
and
foot. in
she's
front of the
So
sidewalk.
she's requesting it on the property line, and the property line is actually 10 feet
Approximately,
off of the sidewalk.
right.
7.8. Oh, wait, yeah,
No,
10
that's the
feet,
chain
10 feet,
link.
correct.
So yeah, we're approximating.
There's some grass in between the sidewalk and the chain link. A few feet.
And some trees and some bushes, a few.
Yeah, I just.
Question, so where would the installer start his measurement from?
That would be my approximation, Dr. Hofstein, of if we're going with what the applicant is requesting, which would be about 10 feet inset from the furthest point of the sidewalk. So the interior portion of the sidewalk where it abuts the applicant's property, about 10 feet inwards of that is what we're approximating, because the current chain link fence sits, and it is not, it's not installed straight, but at the furthest most point, it sits at 7.8 feet over the property line. So Mark and I had approximated about 10 feet from the innermost point of the sidewalk. That is where the applicant is requesting.
Just so the installer knows where to put the fence.
Right. It's a little bit different from what we're used to seeing, which is why I just wanted to make sure I put that on the record.
And at least the survey does indicate that a monument was found, so they should be able to know where the property line is, the official property line.
Can the applicant speak to any fences immediately next to or across the street? To the best of your knowledge, are there, we can't accept I don't think paper photos, yeah.
No, I didn't. There,
Okay.
it's good. I sent, there was one person that came back and said I should bring it. I sent in registered mail
Yeah.
to everyone. 2 people called up Dawn from the township, reached out. One actually sent the letter. Both of them didn't have a problem once it was explained. They both didn't realize where it was. It wasn't clear where we were requesting to put it in. One actually sent a letter. I don't know if you have it on file or not. Something. from
I'm
so-
sorry, I didn't hear all of that.
Oh, I'm sorry. I said, 2 people called up, Dawn from the township,
Yes.
spoke to her, and when she explained where we wanted it, I think they didn't understand. They thought maybe we wanted to go all the way to the corner in the front. They didn't have a problem with it. One actually sent a letter, I think she addressed it to Dawn, and she mailed it to me personally, us personally. I don't know if it's
So
on,
you have a letter that you want to submit to the board as,
I guess, I don't know. I should-
Board members, I do have a notation, and it is very well sealed shut. A letter was mailed to Dawn in response. It says confidential, mailed, have to come to meeting to speak on behalf of the application. Jean, I'm going to defer to you if you would
yeah,
like.
so typically you can't have testimony through letter because there's no opportunity to question the testimony, but you have made the representation that that is the content of the letter and the board can take your testimony.
Okay, whatever you say. I don't know what usually is. So you're saying I just wasn't sure if I should bring it or not.
Could you maybe just read the letter?
So I should read the whole thing or just some?
Is it long?
Okay, we'll try. Part of his addresses. What? Okay. I'm in receipt of a notice of hearing to property owners from Freda and Mayor Stolman of 68 South Cooks Bridge Road regarding a 6-inch salad fence that they wish to install on their property. And it is my understanding that the zoning officer has refused the request. The notice of hearing to property owners states that the fence is to be installed in the front yard area where it's not permitted. I appreciate the email that you sent me showing the survey map of the property with the location of the desired fence designated in red so that I can have a better understanding of where it is that they wish the fence to be installed. Thank you for that email. As I stated to you when we spoke on the phone, I'm considering installing a fence in my property in the near future, so I was curious to the reason for denial. I will not be attending the hearing on December 17. However, if possibly, I respectfully request that you consider my thoughts on this issue as I've explained in this letter. If I understand correctly, the township is determining that since the applicant's property borders on 2 streets, South Cooks Bridge Road and Georgian Boulevard, this portion of the property is also considered to be a front yard and is therefore the reason why the request is being denied. As I see it, however, this area that they're planning to install the fence is not a front yard, but it's their backyard. They shouldn't be penalized merely because the property is located in a corner lot. There are numerous homes in this neighborhood also located on corner lots that already have 6-inch solid fences installed, which are surrounding the backyard areas of the property, similar to that shown in the applicant's diagram. In fact, the home that's located directly across the street from the applicant's property, whose address is 69 South Cooks Bridge Road, is the exact same type of fencing installed that the applicants are requesting, a 6-inch solid fence surrounding the backyard area, extending out from the house towards the side street Georgian Boulevard, and that fence is adjacent to the continuation of the same sidewalk that's located next to the applicant's property, the sidewalk running along Georgian. The address of other properties located in corner lots of this neighborhood with the same type of fencing, the backyard areas are listed below. There may be others as well. These are samples found. And there's, I think, 16 addresses. I'm not going to read them. I should read them? 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. There's 16 addresses.
Okay, don't read the
So the
16
person,
addresses.
I didn't
so
think you needed
basically
to.
the person
What?
stating that there's
There's-
others,
yeah.
right? So
Okay.
basically, just to summarize.
Yeah.
And make sure we're all on the same page. The person who wrote the letter stating that there's other homes in the development who have a 6-foot fence, but they too, if they have a corner lot, would have had to come before us because that's the issue. So
Assuming-
the reason that becomes an issue is, and we can go back to Mr. Romar in just a second, you have to worry about line of sight issues, school buses, safety issues, things like that. But I just want to make sure I'm clear here, so bear with my questions. I had a little bit of a hard time, to be honest with all of you, with this survey. So if I'm reading this correctly, Mr. Romar, the chain link fence is over the property line, correct?
Correct.
Right? On, I'm sorry? Right, well, thank you, okay. And then, I'm looking at this, Mr. Romar, and in addition to the chain link fence on the Georgian side being over the property line, it's also over the property line here, and so is the shed,
Correct.
right? So while Mrs. Stonemeyer is here, we need to address that as well. So it's over the property line. So to go back to what you were sharing with us, Gina, I need to make sure I understand. So to the front, to Georgian Boulevard, we're over the property line, correct?
Anthony, can we go to the second page, please? I just want to get clarification and have everything on the record, Lynn.
Can you blow it up for
Can you
us?
zoom in a little bit, please? So the woodshed you're discussing is this right here? That's over the property line? That's what you're talking about?
Down there.
You're
Towards
talking
the
about
bottom,
this,
see
which
woodshed?
slightly overhangs. Okay, That's what I wanted to make sure, which one we were discussing.
All right, so you see to the front towards Georgian Boulevard, the chain link fence is over the property line.
Correct.
So
That
we're gonna
was
have-
what we were kind of going back and
Right,
forth.
so
I know it
just
was a
wanna
little
make sure
confusing.
We all understand, 'cause it is a little confusing.
Right, it is.
So
And
if we
it's not
go-
typical for us to see a property line so far inset.
So now if we go to the property line, so the fence that's existing now is non-conforming, as Ashton pointed out.
Correct.
So let's start at the property line. That fence is gonna need to be moved in.
Yes. That's
okay?
where Mark and I had surmised and approximated about 10 feet because the current fence sits 7.8 over the property line. So we approximated 10 feet from the furthest inset of the sidewalk to the property line to be approximately about 10 feet. Guesstimating as it's not to scale, and we're working off copies and
So then on the
an exhibit
side,
on the screen.
the side closest to the bottom of the screen,
Right.
if I'm reading this properly, the chain link fence there is also over the
Yes.
property line,
It
overhangs.
yes, on multiple sides,
And
correct.
so does the wood shed.
Right.
I mean, if this is to scale, based on what I'm seeing, this is over the property line. So rather than create,
Right. Assume the accuracy of the survey. That is an issue that the woodshed overhangs onto a different property and the improper installation of the existing chain link fence.
and the shed's up against the fence,
Yes. So it was improperly, if I'm going to assume. The fence was installed incorrectly and the shed was just installed abutting the fence, assuming that it was the property line,
Do
as we
know
see
if-
quite so often.
Do we know if the proper permits were done for that shed?
Not off the top of my head, but we can definitely look into it.
So we're gonna need to move the fence in, as you guys already discussed,
Right.
on both sides because it's over the property line. So when if we should approve the white fence, it's going to have to move it in on both sides because it's over the property line.
Correct.
All right, and then we also need to address the wood shed. One, it's over the property line, and two, it butts up to the fence, which we do not normally allow.
Ms. Stolman, do you have any information regarding that shed? Do you know how old it is? Did you
We just
install
moved,
it or any
no.
information regarding such?
We just moved in August.
Okay.
I have no clue.
All right. Fair enough. I also would like to put on the record for the board that Ms. Stallman, in the process of, before we even triggered the need for a variance, it started with a regular fence permit. So what a fence permit that was approved, because it did not need a variance, was, if you go to the first slide, Anthony, please, that's color coded, it's a little bit easier to understand. In the yellow, she had requested a 4-foot open style chain link fence, no slats, so it stays open, which conforms with our code, as our code does permit fences to be installed upon property lines. So I did approve a zoning permit for the yellow highlighted area for a 4-foot open chain link fence. However, in this area at the intersection of South Cooks and Georgian, I did notate that where it was requested is not on her property, so we pushed it back to align with that property line. So the point of that being is that the fence she's requesting, if you so choose, it kind of goes back to what Mark and I were debating about, where he recommends that 6-foot shade tree easement. However, it's not typical that the property line is so far inset. Where the applicant is requesting the 6-foot solid privacy fence would align with the fence permit that was issued by my office for the 4-foot open fence.
So for the part where there's a sidewalk, we're talking about 10 feet from the edge of the sidewalk closest to the applicant's property. But for the back portion, there,
Right.
I assume, is no sidewalk.
There is not, but the survey notates that it is approximately 2.7 feet over the property line and one area, and also because it's not straight, 2.7 closest to the woodshed that overlaps the property line, and 2.1 moving towards Georgian.
And is the application for the 6-foot fence to be in that area as well?
So the application is for the entire red highlighted zone for the 6-foot fence, but what triggered the need for the variance is anything past this building line, because that's 2 front yards, that's considered your front yard area. So this is really what triggered the need for it. Normally, it would be in continuity of how my office reviewed the request for the chain link fence. It would be more so just us working back and forth, like where you proposed it is not on your property. We're going to have to move it to be in line with the property lines. That's something like that.
Right, so in this section in the back where the shed is,
In this area.
right, how would you describe where the fence and where the shed should be?
Would have to follow the property line, which Ash had pointed out that their markers were found. So the company that the applicant hired would be able to do a more accurate installation of a fence.
Okay, so if the fence, that was the place for the fence.
Mhm.
The wood shed, however, is, we do not traditionally on this board allow it to butt up to the fence.
Correct. There are setbacks that sheds do have to abide by in all zones. Also, the fact that, I don't know, Jean, please step in. If we have any jurisdiction to even grant a variance for any part of that to be overlapping onto a different property. I'm not really familiar how to address
No,
that.
the board has no power to
Right.
grant somebody the right to build something on somebody else's property.
Right.
Your instincts are correct there.
So the fence is gonna have to be moved in, the shed is gonna have to be moved.
So if the board so chooses to approve your application, Ms. Stolman, are you prepared to move that shed inward? Because in order to keep that straight fence line, that would directly intersect with that shed. You would have to shift that in. And then that gives you two options: to ask the board for a variance for a setback regulation for that shed, or you could put it in a conforming location. I know that's a lot, and I
You have to
apologize.
Move the shed, there's no way, I guess, you could put it on the side, part of it.
So
Meaning
typically
there's a
there's
big
setback
cemented in,
regulations. So we don't allow sheds to go straight up to the property line.
Right, the
which
question
is-
It's there already, right?
It's actually overlapping, so it's on your neighbor's property.
The question is if you would speak to them, is there any way like you could leave that and put the fence? Let's say the
I
neighbor
defer
has
to our
variance.
legal-
We can't, your
You
shed
can't.
is not on your property.
It's not, there's nothing
So
to do.
we cannot grant you approval
To
to
leave it
leave
there.
it on somebody else's
Leave it, okay,
property.
fine, there's nothing. So you'd
Th-
have to
This,
take it down.
this board cannot give you permission to leave a shed on somebody else's property.
I hear, so.
If your neighbor does not object, that's your neighbor's right to object because it's their property.
I-
The board is going to condition it on removing the shed from that location because they can't say, oh, it's okay, you can leave it on somebody else's property.
Right, for sure not. The question is if I could speak to them. That's the question. There's anything,
But then there's a second issue,
oh,
which is that it's not just that the shed is not on your property. That is an issue that theoretically you could ask for an adjournment and try and
Right.
solve that problem by getting that permission. But it doesn't solve the problem that your shed is abutting your fence. So the board is going to say you can, or if the board approves it, you'll be able to put the fence on the property line. But that's going to be taking down the existing fence and putting up a fence on the actual property line. And then the zoning regulations do not allow for a fence to be, a shed to be right up next to a fence. So that is not a problem that can be solved by your neighbor's consent.
oh, you're
So,
saying-
Gene, I actually have a question for you.
Here.
You said you can get the approval from the neighbor. That's okay, but if the neighbor moves and a new neighbor moves in, that new neighbor has the right to. So you don't want to be putting up a brand new fence, and if they happen to move and the neighbor wants all of his land, you don't want to have to take it down. So think of that.
Well, in this
Let
case,
me
you can
point-
anyway, because the setbacks. There would be, if she leaves the fence, let's just say she was leaving that fence where it is, that shed is on the property line.
No, I get that, but I'm even talking, the fence is on the other person's property also.
No, that
So
has
if
to
a
be
new
moved.
neighbor comes in, they could force you to move the
Right.
fence in. So you want to think about that before you kind of go down that path, unless you know your neighbor is going to stay there for 100 years.
Peter, do you know what the
Actually, the
setback
neighbor,
is?
the house is just sold. So it's a new neighbor moving in. Actually know who it, they told me who it is. I'm saying I saw that person, but it's a new neighbor that's moving in. It's springtime. Right now it's being leased back. So in April, I guess. I don't know exactly.
So just my other comment. So I drove down Georgian Boulevard because I was looking for houses that are similar to yours that are on other road, facing the other road with the side yard on Georgian, just to see what was out there. On the corner of Pine Hill and Georgian, which is kind of directly across, on an angle across from you. They do have a white 6-foot fence on that side yard. It looks like it's about 20 feet from the roadway because there are no sidewalks on that side. So I think when you're talking all the numbers you guys were throwing out, I think you probably can get, and again, it's only my eyesight saying 20 feet. So I think the numbers you're throwing out there make sense to match the house that is very similar to what you're asking for. A lot of the other houses are chain link fences that are in that area. So that was the only one that I found that directly was what you're asking for in that area. I did not go down all the other street development, so.
Ashton?
Ms. Stolman, I just want to make sure you understand. So right now, the debate is that in the rear of your property, you're going to put in a new fence on the property line, and then your shed's going to have to be moved. The shed, to be compliant, will be 10 feet away from the property line. Are you willing to move that shed 10 feet from the property line to be compliant? If the answer is no, then you need to come up with an answer on what your request for a variance is to have that shed be as close as possible that you want, and then the board would make a decision. But regulations would say you're not asking, right? You didn't know all of this information, but you came in not asking for a variance. If they grant it today, that shed will be 10 feet from the property line.
I'm trying to think what would just be the simplest way to, it's easier just not to move the shed, but I would have to take it down either way, even if I'm not removing that chain link fence that's on that side.
Right. If you want a fence over there, the shed's either going to have to be moved or taken down.
But
Because your fence is going
the
through
question
part of
is,
the
if I
shed.
decide I just want it on the street on Georgian side and the street on, I guess, between me and the next neighbor and not me behind, right? That one right near the shed, I would still need to remove the shed,
That's the
right?
move.
Just to play devil's advocate here, technically where the shed is located, no variance is needed for a fence to be installed, 6-foot
For the fence.
solid fence. The variance is only required pretty much in line with where I circled, which is the corner of the building envelope forward. That is ultimately just to circle us back and be more direct and focused. That is what the variance is being requested for. Technically, Ms. Stolman, should she so choose, can come into the zoning office and request a 6-foot solid fence, and it will not be approved to go on her neighbor's property and circumvent the shed, but if she wants to piecemeal it and go to the shed to stay on that property line, and then another section on the other side of the fence, I guess, but just to redirect us, yeah, that's not part of where the variance is needed for the fence.
Right, I understand, but the shed is still not in compliance, correct?
Correct, and that's.
So the shed, one way or the other, is gonna have to move.
That's what I'm asking. What I'm trying to figure out.
I understand what you're saying. I understand. I guess I wasn't clear when I explained it.
Right.
I get it that that's not where the fence needs a variance because of the location,
Right,
right? But my concern here is, number one, the fence is over the property line.
right.
Number two, technically, the shed is over the property line and it butts up to the fence, which is over the property line.
Right.
So one way or the other, we're basically telling the applicant that that shed is gonna have to move.
Correct. So it's either non-permitted, no permit was applied for, or it could be installed outside of the scope of approval, which kind of circles back to what Ash said. That kind of gives us, leaves us, Ms. Stolman, to make a choice. Are you willing to move that shed moving forward
Or
with
what?
this application? Because if you're not willing to move forward, then while you're at the board, let's ask for a variance request from the board you're still gonna have to shift it because there's nobody here has
I need to take it down either way.
I mean,
That's what I'm asking.
shift it back onto your property, or you would have to move it 10 feet in. 10 feet in, you would not have to ask for permission from the board. If you would like to just slightly shift it, that 1.2 feet over the property line.
Is it, I'm saying, I don't know these stuff, meaning it's cemented and it's done, it's one of these, with the cement that has, even, electricity and then like just the light,
Right.
to do in with the outlet there, like, what's the most, I guess, practical way? Do I need to knock it down anyways and deal with a whole new thing? Or is it like that's,
So
I don't.
unfortunately, I don't want anything I say to be misconstrued as legal advice, but that would be a choice that you would have to make, and then we can go into more detail from there. But if you're not going to ask for a variance for it, then let's have the board focus mainly on what the applicant came here for, and then maybe the zoning office can address the non-conforming shed placement as maybe a zoning violation if she so chooses not to move forward with requesting a variance for that, which I don't think she's prepared to at this time, and I don't mean to misspeak, so please absolutely correct me if I'm wrong. But otherwise, I believe that we're in front of this board for a 6-foot solid fence variance, and then that's something I could discuss with Jeff Rapuro about maybe working with the applicant to gain compliance for that shed.
Let me just ask you a few questions, make sure I understand. I agree with you that I think it's unfair to ask the applicant right now about the shed.
Right, we're kind of
Right.
blindsiding her.
I wouldn't want to make a decision like that, I don't know. So I think it's unfair to ask her that question, right, today. So you just purchased a home, right? You just
Right.
bought it 6 months ago or whatever,
Yeah.
correct?
Yeah, correct.
Gina, how does this get through the whole? How does this get through the whole closing process?
As
Where,
it's-
where there's a shed on another person's property and they're able to close. How do you, don't you have to
So
look
I
at
don't
through
mean to
this
speak out
before
of
they can
turn
close
because
the
it's not
books?
direct
They can close-
responsibility of the zoning office,
not?
but from my general knowledge of the processes and procedures of how Jackson Township operates for a
Right.
C of O for a sale of a property, especially recently in the last year, the council has changed the ordinance requiring what inspections are to be done. From my general knowledge, we make sure that all permits are closed with the construction office and that the fire department goes through and does a walkthrough for essentially fire,
I'm sorry.
fire aspects. So your
Uh,
CO, your smoke
I
detector,
got you. I
and
don't want to
your fire
interrupt you,
extinguisher.
but specifically, you
There are
say,
no requirements for you to submit an up-to-date survey for us to check that your entire lot is conforming.
Zoning has, just for the record, my understanding, zoning has nothing to do with when a new home is sold.
Correct.
It's the only thing, my understanding, because we had this on a prior application, my understanding, and I'm no attorney, my understanding is that the zoning department has nothing to do with the new home, a purchase of a home sale. They don't do any inspections or anything. The only thing that's changed is that they have to make sure all permits are closed.
okay.
So it
that's where I
appears
was
to
going.
me, though, I believe the applicant said that you installed the shed.
No.
Or- Oh,
I did
no.
not. No, I have no clue.
Oh, I see.
It was there.
I'm sorry. I thought you said that it was installed in August then.
No. I bought the home. We bought the home in August. It was there already.
Oh, okay.
I just know
understand.
it was like,
So that
done
was my
prep.
misunderstanding there. It
Could I
was.
just chime in? When you bought the home, I assume you probably have a mortgage and you have title insurance. Your title insurer, and let this go by. The neighbor who's buying the house now and backing you, their title company may say, we're not going to give title insurance unless the shed is moved. It's going to be their call.
They already
I
closed.
don't know how you work that out.
So I think that there may be good news regarding the fence. That's up to the board. But the bad news is that you are going to ultimately have to move that shed. The question is whether, for the board, whether the board makes that condition because it's not part of the area for which you are seeking a variance from this board for the fence. But even if this board does not address the shed issue, it is in violation and eventually zoning is going to come out. So just
So I need to take.
prepare yourself to move that shed at some point. Having said that,
How does
it's
that work usually?
it's up to the board
Right.
whether
Uh,
the board is going to consider that as part of the variance applications. It's not within the area for which the variance is being sought.
Over you, I'm sorry, Mark.
Thank you.
Just for the record, I haven't finished the Gina yet. But
Go ahead. You finish. Carlos, you want to finish?
Oh, okay, yeah. So just back to that. So now we're saying somehow you're going to be forced to move that shed. Who's going to enforce that? 'Cause we're saying it's not us. Is our zoning department?
Interrupt you.
Go
Problem
ahead.
number one, we keep forgetting the fence that she's talking about replacing
Yes.
is over the property line. If they go to move the fence to the property line, the shed is in the way. So my point is, the shed is going to have to move. But as Jean pointed out to me, it's when that fence company comes, there's a problem. So even if we go ahead and we say, listen, we understand your hardship. You're on a corner lot, you're considered 2 front yards. We understand, we're gonna grant you a variance. We've done it plenty of times before. The problem in granting that variance, and I just want the record clear, is we have a conflict here. The fence that we don't have to grant a variance for, the piece, is over the property line. Move that to make that into compliance because it will become a zoning code enforcement issue.
Agreed.
So the problem is when the fence installer comes and says, hey, here's your property line, you're over the property line, now what?
Okay, that's my question, okay? So I guess let me put it this way, maybe. Forget that we're gonna do a fence. The fact is you have a shed that's not on property that belongs to you, right? Who's in charge of enforcing that? It wasn't during the close because you said, hey, the permits are closed, there's nothing. The title company screwed up. So who's in charge of forcing her? Forget the fence. Right now, today, right? If she does nothing with the fence, who's going to enforce the fact that she has to move that shed? That's my question.
So in my 3 years of tenure with Jackson Township, we have come across a lot of irregularities, abnormalities, you name it, we've at one point have come across it. So people like to use the term pre-existing non-conforming, but that's like not a thing. So and I have notated it personally. I've seen Mr. Purpuro, our zoning officer, notate it. Location of shed, whatever structure, blah, 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 is non-conforming. If ever to be replaced, must be moved to a conforming location. And that's what I had said before. So you'll see it notated often. Either this was never applied for, which would make it a zoning enforcement matter where we can issue a violation and give an abatement date and try to work with the homeowner. Or it could be as simple as proposed improvements were not done within the scope of approval, which meaning they got the shed permit, but nobody signed off on it in that location. And that's where Ms. Bradley had asked if a permit was applied for. And as much as I am trying desperately while this conversation is currently ongoing to log in, I'm not getting access to verify if a permit was ever applied for that specific shed, because maybe it was, and that just wasn't in a conforming location. And that would be the difference in verbiage on how a zoning notice of violation would then be sent to the homeowner.
Right,
which
right, okay.
I'm sure in a 100 square mile town, there's many instances of this ongoing.
Right.
And it only gets brought to light when an application comes in or when an application comes to the board.
Okay,
So that would be a
got
zoning
you.
enforcement issue.
yes.
Not
So-
necessarily caught at the time that the property transfers ownership,
Got it, you answered my question.
because the zoning approval never expires.
Okay, you answered my question. So if I'm the applicant, one of my options is I do nothing about the shed. I put the fence, right? Your suggestion, Gina, butting up against the shed. The shed stays there. There's nobody knows. Nobody's going to enforce it. I'm done. That's what I heard you guys tell us.
Well, what I said.
The only
sorry.
reason the shed came up is because you tried to put the fence in there. Otherwise, it's
Well, just to clarify, so the only reason the shed came up is because she gave us a full survey of the property.
Yeah.
What I tried to redirect and focus the board more on is we are, as the board, the variance being requested, as
Yes.
Ms. Stolman is not prepared to either request a variance for no setback of the shed. So really, all I'm trying to do, kindly, of course, with the most respect, is to reorganize and redirect our attention to the circled area, because that is the only thing that Ms. Stolman is here that would require a variance for at this time.
understood. And the only point I'm trying to bring out is that we keep saying she has to move the shed. The fact is, there's nobody to enforce that. You're not going to do it. The only reason this came up is because of the fence, right? So if we don't talk about the shed, and unless the neighbor complains,
Essentially,
it stays
yes.
where it is. I
Right.
mean, she went through a whole close and that didn't come out.
Right. And nobody has
That's
complained. I
my
mean,
only point I'm trying to
I mean, I
make.
know Ms. Stolman's only
That's all.
owned the property since, absolutely,
Yeah.
you're totally
We
absolutely correct.
see
Ms.
this
Stolman's
a
only
lot,
owned the
right,
property
where
since
we're-
August, but to
Yeah.
my knowledge, in my 3 years of tenure here, no complaints have been made regarding this exact matter.
Right.
So normally, if Ms. Stolman did not come to the board and provide this survey, my office would never have been any the wiser to that this situation is ongoing.
Right, because we see that a lot.
I just was kindly trying to redirect the board's attention to what specifically the variance is being requested for so that we don't overstep our bounds.
Understood, that,
And we
no
do
problem.
see it a lot, but let me be clear.
Yes.
We make them rectify, we address the situation. I can't remember the application, but Mr. Hyman aptly pointed out something that everybody else missed and said, we need to address this. It was lattice. That's all I
Yes.
remember.
Yeah, the guy
Right?
with the,
There
yeah.
was others that Dr. Hofstein, so we addressed the situation. And you have to remember, we're now on record.
Yeah,
The survey is clear. It's over the property line.
Yeah.
So when the fence comes, even though we don't have to grant a variance for that portion of the fence, we have to keep in mind, there is going to be a fence company that comes out, that Ms. Stolman hires.
Yep.
And what is he gonna do?
he's gonna butt up against the shed.
That's over the property line.
No, when I say
Yes.
this is
No,
the
no, no.
shed,
Look
the
at
fence
the
is gonna
sur-
hit it here.
Excuse
That's
me.
it.
Look at the survey. We've all agreed. It's over the property line.
You're
No.
missing out. This is the shed, right? This is the shed, this is the property line, right? The property line's right here, right?
Not according to the survey.
No, the shed is on,
I think Mr. Martins
The
is just
new
alluding that you
fence
could piecemeal it and just
So you don't have to
leave a
move
gap
it
in the
to
fence
install
where
the
the
fence.
shed. But
Right?
understandably,
it's
Ms.
not
Bradley,
continuous,
I
which
think
was
that-
your suggestion.
Mr. Romar, how about we
Anyway.
move on?
Yeah, let's move on, because we're off base.
The only other comment in these types of applications, we just bring up any structure like a playset or a shed would not be permitted between the dwelling and the roadway, such as Georgian Boulevard. So while you're here, we just ask if you have any intention on putting up a structure like that, now would be a good time to ask the board permission for that area, and to not bring up the shed again, but I'm just going to say a conforming location for the shed would be basically directly behind the house. They have a limited area. That's all I'll say.
Through the chair,
Poor woman.
I know.
through the chair.
Yes, Mr.
Okay, just to clarify, and I know we keep running around again and again in circles. The shed that you have existing, the only reason why we're looking at it now is because you gave us a full survey like was mentioned. Being that it's not in conformance, right? So the board generally gives you that opportunity to throw it into your application, that if you want to ask the board for a variance to put it closer than is normally allowed, and as the planner said, would be generally 10 feet into your property. So if you can ask for that now instead of having to come back later. Now, if you want to make it conforming, you can make it conforming. What we're saying is the zoning officer is notified now that it's not conforming, and technically tomorrow should give you a violation to get it conforming. Now, whether they do or don't is not our business. I'm not telling them to. What I'm saying is it needs to be corrected. So you have one of two options. Either you can leave it and ignore it and wait until you get violations, and then either move it 10 feet in, or you can ask the board tonight for a variance to put it closer to the property line than is normally allowed. Now, in general, many properties in Jackson, and I can tell you my own personally, I bought it with two sheds closer to the property line that are allowed. And when I did apply for a permit for something, I gave in my survey for my property, the zoning officer at that time, maybe it was Dawn, did circle and write down on my survey that if you ever need to replace it, then I would have to come in for a variance. So yes, this board very often, and the zoning office will allow something which was a pre-existing nonconformity to stay that way. But here it's over the property line, so it's even worse. You have to get it onto your property at least. So if you want to move it minimally, you can ask for that variance tonight. You know, explain to the board why you would not want to move it 10 feet in to your property. You know, I understand that it's a small property, and moving it 10 feet in can destroy your backyard. You wouldn't have too much space. You know, that's for you to testify to, not for me to testify for you. But it's just a suggestion for you to include the shed into your application if you want it closer than is normally permitted.
So you're saying you recommend I should ask that I could only get rid of part of, sort of shrink The shed? 2 feet? Right? How big is it?
The size of the shed is not the board's concern.
No, to take it off. I don't know. These, it would somehow make it like it's smaller. Cut that part
So,
off the
Ms.
shed and
Philman,
keep it
it's
there.
not the size. So normally, let's
No,
say,
this part that's by the property line.
right, but here's the
You know.
thing. So normally a shed, even if it was not over that property line, is not permitted to the property line. There are setbacks.
So it would have
So-
to be the whole.
Right, to be in conformance with the current zoning regulations, it needs to be 10 feet off that property line. So I understand what you were trying to say. If we just kind of nix that piece that's
Can't
overhanging,
mix it.
you
There's
would
no
have
way
to
it can-
completely move your shed
the whole thing
10
would have
feet
to
off
be-
the property line. And since you're,
The whole shed is 10 feet. probably.
right, since you're 1.2 over, so you're gonna have to move it 11.2 feet inwards of your property
So-
to be in conformance.
So either way, I'm gonna have to remove the whole thing. It's not like I could cut it in half.
Well,
It's-
Just to reiterate what Mr. Hyman said, at this point, when people
Right.
come to the board, we're trying to get your entire property in
You could ask the
compliance.
board for a variance to say, I can't be 10 feet off. Would you give me a variance to allow me to be 5 feet off, or 3 feet off, or 2 feet off, whatever you wanted to, in terms of what you do with the existing shed, whether there's some amount you could cut it off that would
That's what I'm
make sense.
asking.
I can't
You
apply
can't
on
do it.
that.
What? It's not practical. What?
All right, I think I maybe have hopefully a solution here. So if we ignore the fence on the side of the yard and you don't ask for a fence, the fence on the side of the yard is conforming, right? So it's not an issue. So you could just walk in at any day and get a fence on the side for 6 feet on your property line,
The one behind the house.
behind your house where
Okay.
where the shed is.
Okay.
That does not need a variance. It's allowed to be 6 feet, allowed to be on the property line. Granted, it can't be on your neighbor's property. So
Okay.
point being is if we remove that as even being shown, and you're not here to ask for anything related to that, which you're not because it doesn't need a variance.
Okay.
Then we go to the fence. So you're now only asking to put a 6-foot solid fence on the front of your property. And the
Okay.
chain link fence on the side of your property is going to stay. You can replace that chain link on the side of your property at any time, as long as it's 6 feet conforming, and you will just go get a zoning permit and it'll be issued by the zoning officer. Then you have the debate of the shed. But the point is, this buys you as much time as you want, or conversely, as much time as the zoning office may or may not take action against you. You don't have to do anything. The conditions stay the exact same. We don't have to have a debate about it, and we just approve or don't approve your request along the front.
So that's better. So I'm left with
Then,
more time.
then you stated it's on a foundation, there's electric, right? Like, there's no way you could make these calculations right now on any request. So it just avoids you not even having to make that calculation, because
So
we're
it's-
just going to move along, and it will or will not become an issue in the future.
Okay.
And you have time to solve it, knowing that it may or may not. At the time it becomes an issue, you could say, okay, it's now an issue and I have to solve it. Until that time, it can just do its thing.
Okay. I
That
guess-
kind of makes
if
it
I
easy.
could-
That makes
for
a lot
you.
of sense to me. Gina, you okay with that? Because,
I am, but just
okay, good.
in continuity with how I'm familiar with how the board operates, the only reason why we are overloading you with so much information is to avoid an unnecessary secondary trip to the board. If you know you want to keep that shed there, the board is basically saying, let's bring your whole property into compliance. And while we cannot approve, and nobody can approve it to be over your property line on someone else's property, while you're here, let's ask for the variance. If you know, hey, I do want that shed there, board, can I please have it on that fence, on that property line, abutting my fence? But if you're not familiar or prepared to answer those questions, you can always request an adjournment, or as Ashton had just said, to piggyback on him, hey, I'm not really prepared to move forward with a 6-foot fence past that front yard area, which abuts Georgian Boulevard. That can be addressed at a later time in the zoning office, because that will 100% be brought up on a zoning application.
Right. Honestly, that's the, the Georgian is the one that's most concerning for me, because that
Right.
and the other side, those I feel like are public in the street, One behind is just
Sure,
one
but I
neighbor.
mean, just keep in mind that you're going to run a new fence.
Right.
You can't connect it to the existing chain link because it's
Right.
over the property line. So I don't know
Building
how
it.
you're going to connect it to really close it off, or if that's even going to be an issue for you. I know you had stated you had children. But
No.
because if your
Yeah.
chain link fence is 2.7 feet over and we are only approving you to put your 6-foot solid fence on the property line, you're gonna have a 2.7-foot gap.
Which,
There are a lot of variables here, and I know it's very confusing.
so.
And I know, I mean, is this something that, I don't mean to speak out of turn, sorry, Gene, but is this something that maybe you're not prepared to finish this today, and we can request an adjournment to maybe come into the office and we can go over a little bit more and you can meet with your family and make a decision, an informed decision?
So this is, I'm just trying to figure out, when there was practical the safety of
Sure.
children, the sooner the better, because it really gets me nervous right when we moved in. I was like, okay, once I saw how, public, the streets, those two sides, it's really, it's the other side you actually see from Laurelton also. I feel like it's, and Georgia is even, more.
Yeah, so two couple things. One, we can't hear a word you're saying.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Two, it may be, at this point, obviously, it's up to you whether you want to ask for an adjournment. It may be useful to open it to the public, see if anyone else, and then for the board to consider whether they want to proceed on the portion of the variance that's been asked for now, just regarding the fence, just having made a record about the shed issue. So then the applicant would know whether there is, an option or in determining whether or not to ask for an adjournment to address the shed question.
Through the chair?
Yes.
If I could just clarify, the reason why the board is asking you if you want to include the shed now is because it costs money to come in front of this board. There's many fees and it's not cheap to come in front of this board. So what they're telling you is if you want that shed closer than 10 feet to the property line, it has to get moved at some point, whether it's tomorrow and it's a year or two, whenever the zoning officer decides to tell you, hey, you know what, that's it, it's got to move, and it's going to have to move, you're going to get violations for it. The reason why the board says bring your property up to conformity is for your own benefit, because you're here, you already pay those fees. So it's for your own benefit to include shed unless you plan on moving it 10 feet away from the property line. So it's just a suggestion. Either you can, like they're saying, is you can, adjourn it and come back and make your decision another time, or include it and just tell the board that, yes, I would move it, but close to the property line rather than over the property line.
And if I ask for that variance to move it closer to the property line, it means I need to remove that shed like tomorrow, or?
So no, regardless, you need to move it. The
Right.
question is when the zoning officer is going to enforce it and tell you got to move it. I don't know when they will. I mean, right now Gina's sitting here and she's notified of it. So I'm not telling you she's going to enforce it tomorrow, but she understands that there's something that needs to be fixed.
Right, but they
So-
usually give how long to do it? Like, meaning what's usually this?
Now, your option is either move it 10 feet in
Right.
to comply or to ask for that variance.
So
And
I'm
you don't
better
want to
off
have to come back here another time unless you adjourn it now. You can just put it all together later.
So if I adjourn it now, then I'm not coming back here, I'm just discussing.
No, you're going to
with
come
zoning?
back another time for your fence. You're not going to get approval or a denial for your fence now, but you could figure out what you do want to come and ask for with the fence.
So I'm
With,
still
sorry,
coming
with the
back
shed.
again. So adjourn, it means I'm coming back again. It's just like, we just didn't finish up.
Correct.
So it's like easier than opening a new case.
Well, correct. You're not paying the fees again. We heard your testimony. You just need to give us a plan of action, what you want to do with that shed, unless you want to ask for a variance tonight for that shed, and then just move it.
But once I request.
But
that
regardless,
variance,
it's going to need to be moved. It's just a matter of time.
the question is how long? But if I request the variance tonight, I don't need to take care of it I could wait till the summer, let's say, right? I'm not
I see
like,
what she's
Well-
asking.
Yeah.
So in other words, if we were to go ahead and move forward and vote, and let's say we approved, she asked for a variance for a specific, let's say she goes 10 feet, makes it fully conforming, and the fence. What she's asking is, how long would she have to move it? It's not going to be tomorrow.
No. We generally, we try to work with the public to which we serve, obviously. I think we're all in the same mentality. But for something as simple as a bulk variance, I'm not familiar with us really putting a timeline on that. However, again, this is kind of a weird instance
Yeah,
where
no,
it's now
there-
on somebody else's property, but yet again, that property owner has not complained. So I have no problem working with the applicant to, let's say, if she recommends summertime.
Right, so you could say if, let's, and I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, but let's say that the applicant asked for the shed to be, she'd be allowed to move the shed 3 feet from the property line. Then you can, that's just the condition, you can do that. And whatever time in the future, the board could say within a period of time, but typically does not. It's just a condition that has to be met at some point.
Oh, so that's what I wanted to make sure, because I'm not prepared to deal with the shed, now.
No
Within a
no
few
one
months.
expects you to move the shed in.
This
June.
is not a violation with an abatement date. That's set in
We
stone.
want you to
So,
shovel the snow off the shed and move
Hit
it.
that hard ground.
But I think the one thing you need to take into account is while Gina and them may take their time and give you the opportunity, it also depends when you want your fence completed. Because it's
Right.
going to have to be moved before your fence is completed. And I don't believe you would want to do it in 2 installments. They're not cheap to install, so I think you would want to get it all done at one time. So we've thrown a lot of stuff at you tonight, and
Not easy.
this is the one thing that concerns me when an applicant is presenting. Be smart about what you do. We don't want you to make a mistake. I think Dermot makes sense. It's not an additional cost to come back.
right. It
It's
is not.
just, you have the time now to go home and figure out what it is you want to do. Meet with Gina. She's going to help you, guide you through the steps. That's your best alternative
Right.
instead of trying to say, I want to do a variance, but,
Yeah, we don't
and-
want a
and go-
decision to be made like on the fly.
I'm not losing anything out, but that's what I want to make
No,
sure.
if you request an adjournment, all we're going to do is say, request adjournment, come back on this date.
Right, but if I apply for a variance for the shed to be a little closer to the property line, I'm not losing anything out. That's what I'm asking.
What do you mean losing out? I'm sorry.
It's not making like the shed has to be taken care of faster. It's not making anything.
No, there's no time frame set, but what Mr. Selekia just
Yep.
stated was, if that is granted, or you want to, however you want to request that variance for the shed, is he made it a point to put it on the record that keep that in mind when you do your fence, because you do half your fence, and then in the summertime, then move the shed into the remaining parts of the fence. That was just the point he's trying to make. And then he didn't want to rush you into any type of decision because you do have the option to request an adjournment.
You're saying if I request a variance, it's going to be on the record about that part.
Right.
So I might not want that.
Right. And also you have to have a game plan. Are you going to put it 3 feet in, 5 feet in? 10 is conforming. So anything less than 10 off the property line is what you would request. So instead of just saying, yeah, I want a variance, do you know where you want to put it?
Right. The question is, I'm just trying to think. Either I should request adjournment, or if I got approved for this, am I gaining that I got to do the white safety one before I take care of the shelf, or before I take care of the shed, or no? You're pointing out there's going to be a gap, right?
But when do you plan on putting the fence in? Let's ask that question. Let's see if we can help. It's a lot, and it's a lot. We understand that. I think we all agree. We feel bad for you. But what they're trying to get you to understand is let's say you plan on doing the fence. I understand it's winter, but let's say you plan on doing the fence in 2 weeks. That's going to predicate how you decide to handle that shed, because they're not going to be able to put the fence.
But even I would want the one in Georgia is going to make me feel more comfortable, that side. The one
Which
that's-
brings me to my point. You cannot connect it to the existing chain link because that is not on your property. So you would have a 2.7-foot gap in between your existing chain link and where you're proposing to put your 6-foot solid vinyl fence. So I know you're interested and you're hoping to get that 6-foot solid fence on the front yard facing Georgian. But keep in mind, you will have that 2.7-foot gap because you cannot connect it to an existing fence, which was improperly installed on somebody else's property.
So meaning I could get approved for it, but it's not really helping me.
Pretty much.
Yeah, because you can't put a 6-foot
They can
fence on
approve it,
someone
but you
else's
really can't do
property.
it
Right.
unless you want to leave the
I'm
gap.
not gaining, but by getting it approved to put it up. That's it. Because let's say, right.
Unless you move your fence, unless you move the
Move
shed.
So the only way I'm really gaining anything is by moving the
Doing
shed.
it all together.
Doing it all together. So I guess I'll request adjournment. That's, does that make sense?
Yeah, and you'll get to talk to, maybe the fence guy will do it, or a shed person, you'll know the cost.
Not a legal opinion, but yeah, I think it'd be best to come and have further discussion with it, not in front of the board on the record.
Right.
We've seen
You
this
know, you're more
before.
than welcome in our office anytime. We've seen you, we've had conversations before.
Right.
And then we can deliberate all your options here.
You're saying I'm not, okay.
But it is up to you. I don't want to force
No,
them to
no.
anything,
Yeah,
but
no,
per
But
Dawn,
I'm clueless.
we
I
have
don't-
availability on February 4th if the applicant chooses to adjourn.
Yeah, so if you get it, if you do request an adjournment, that adjournment would be until February 4th. That would give you that time. I know that that's, 6 weeks hence, but you would be able to put together a more coherent plan of how you're going to move forward.
Okay. Okay. I guess that, so request adjournment. Yeah, till then?
All right.
I guess.
Jean, even though we're gonna, even though, I'm sorry?
No additional notice.
Even though Ms. Stolman has requested an adjournment, we're going to open it to the public just to see. I mean, I don't know that we're going to have anybody. We're going to move ahead and open this to the public. Anyone wishing to come forward about the testimony they heard this evening regarding this application, please do so at this time. Step over to the side for me.
Swear or affirm that the testimony you will give before this board will be the truth and nothing but the truth.
Yes.
And please state your name for the record.
Deb Jones, Jackson. I'm just a little concerned about, and I know the shed was there, no one would have known without it, but ethically, you do know, you can't unsee it, so it has to be fixed. And whether the neighbor now is okay with the shed being there, the next neighbor might not be. They might not even know till at some point they want to do something, and then what? We set precedents because we allowed something, and I understand it's being adjourned, but I think there are other options that I will speak to her about, because I'm not going to put on record, but there are ways to fix the problem, to move the shed without it being a detriment. But I just, moving forward, if we can't ever take the aspect of, well, we didn't know, so we just won't do it.
Well, as I said, I think the board has been clear that the shed
Oh, I
has to be
agree.
addressed.
But I'm just saying, as the public, I appreciate that, because there's a lot of it, obviously, but we can't just ignore what we see. So, thank you.
Debbie, if I may, I'm sorry. So that is why we kind of brought it up, or at least I brought it up. Like, how do we enforce these things to make sure that the zoning board does cause, not the zoning board, Gina, for lack of a better name, we get this enforced? Because, like I mentioned, we see that a lot where we'll pass resolutions and then we say, okay, now it's off out of our hands, and we never really know that got done the right way. You're absolutely right, and then you
I
can't
agree.
unsee, right, and you can't unhear.
I mean, I
So,
grew up in
yeah.
the Jackson where things were done with a handshake, but
Right,
we don't live there anymore.
right.
So
So, no, we hear
ethically,
you.
I appreciate that you're acknowledging it and trying to do something about it. So thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to come forward at this time?
So the applicant has made a request for an adjournment till February 4th. No additional notice would be required. Is that acceptable to the board?
Ms. Stolman, as Gina pointed out, you can stop in and speak with her or call, make an appointment to meet with her at any time to address your application and what can be done and how to rectify the situation.
And then you'll come back on February 4th. You don't have to give anyone notice, and maybe Ms. Jones will be able to tell you how to solve your problems. Yeah, but just know, that is not a solution, right? Okay. Okay. Okay.
Thank you.
Good luck.
All right, we're going to move on to applicant number 3. I Report and Allen Cone, minor subdivision 1431, West Veterans Highway. Mr. Pate?
Oh, you can have mine. I think I've talked enough today.
Madam Chair, may we begin? May we begin?
Yes. Yes, Mr. Pape, you may begin. The board was just expressing its hope that this would be a shorter application than your last one.
That's.
I hope
Amen.
that I'm certain you share.
Amen. Madam Chair, members of the board, board professionals, and public, good evening all. Kenneth Pape on behalf of Dr. Port and Dr. Cone. This is a request for a minor subdivision lot line adjustment that is similar, if not close to identical, to subdivision relief that this board granted to Dr. Port and Dr. Cone in 2021 when we were before you with a combination of relief that involves site plan, subdivision, and variance relief. Before I begin the substantive presentation, I would just ask if you could confirm receipt of our notices so that the board has jurisdiction for us to proceed this evening.
Yes, that's confirmed.
Thank you. This is a request to do a lot line adjustment between lots 6 and 7. Your applicant is Drs. Port and Cone. Their cooperating next door neighbors are the Riccios, the people who own the Mug restaurant. You may recall that the application that we brought before the board in 2020 and 21 was to develop the Port and Cone properties with apartments and a retail center. And there was a commitment that was made that our clients have acted upon to bring sanitary sewer service to this entire section of the township. In order to bring the sanitary sewer service, they needed to acquire a portion of the Riccios property. And that was the reason for the lot line adjustment subdivision that this board granted at the time of the site plan. Unfortunately for us, the issues that had to be resolved with the county took longer than we hoped. They're all resolved. The county approval is now in place, but it took longer than we hoped. And the approval, the minor subdivision approval, has a very short life and it expired. So we are here this evening asking for the minor subdivision relief. The lot line is not exactly the same. The reason it's not exactly the same is that Mr. Antilli has built in a cushion for having enough room to move the sanitary sewer line across the back of the Riccios property. So with that as the background, I would ask if Mr. Antilli could be sworn. We'll place his credentials on the record and we'll hopefully make an efficient presentation of the lot line adjustment minor subdivision.
You swear or affirm that the testimony you will give before this board will be the truth or nothing but the truth?
I do.
And could you please state your name and credentials for the record?
Michael B. Antilli, professional engineer, professional planner, New Jersey, since 1990. I'm a principal with Quest Engineering Associates in Toms River and Millstone, preparing site plans and subdivisions for about 25 years and have presented at this board probably in the last year and many boards in the surrounding area.
Mr. Antilli, this board accepts your credentials. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Antilli, I'm going to ask you a series of questions. Our client's property is located in a zone where the minimum lot size is 20,000 square feet. And the two lots that we're talking about after the lot line subdivision would be 1.74 and 28.8 acres respectively. could you confirm that no bulk variance relief would be triggered by that
Yes,
subdivision?
that is correct. Those areas are correct. Subdivision, with the exception of with some existing nonconformities and a couple variances for lot 6.01, which is the newly created lot. And that's a result of essentially two of the variances as a result of the county, which we have approval from April from the county, Ocean County, requiring a dedication of an additional 21 feet from 33 feet half right-of-way width to 54 feet, thus requiring the variance for the front setback. The variance, the existing condition, I should say, for the west offset for the house at 17.2 feet noted in your engineers and planners letter is an existing nonconformity.
And the Riccios delivered the Riccios delivered the deed to the county for that additional right-of-way that the county had requested. I'm going to ask if you could, on the plan that is before the board, and this is not a new exhibit, this is the subdivision plan that was presented to the board as part of the application. If you could identify the subdivision line that cuts the Riccio property. So the line that's being pointed out to the board is the new subdivision line that would cut the Riccio property into two parcels, one for their existing restaurant that they'll retain and one for the back portion that would be conveyed to Port and Cone and annexed to their properties for the purposes that I've just described. And you pointed out there is some limited bulk variance relief associated with the location of the restaurant, not exacerbated by the application, correct?
Correct. The only variance that is required for the house was, as I mentioned, the 53 feet setback, which required 60 and was 76.2. Again, it was a result of the county requiring the dedication.
And we're not seeking any approvals for development or construction. This is limited to a minor subdivision lot line adjustment. The reason I make that point is your professionals identify potentially other approvals and permits that are required. The other approvals and permits would be associated with the site plan application. The only additional approval that is required for this subdivision is the county planning board, which resolution is in hand and the conditions for which have been satisfied. I have nothing further for the presentation of the board unless there are specific questions. It is simply two property owners cooperating, adjusting their lot line, not creating any new variance relief. In your professionals, they inquire as to the installation of sidewalk or seeking relief. We're not seeking relief. We're, as we had indicated when the board considered the site plan, full site plan improvements, road improvements across the property would be part of the site plan. The site plan that was approved by this board will be modified and will be back in front of you sometime in the next year. And that's because the DEP flood hazard regulations have changed since the original approval, and that's going to require some modifications of the plan for your consideration. But the commitment to install sidewalks remains and would be at the time of site plan. And that, Madam Chair, is your applicant's direct presentation.
Questions, comments for the applicant? Omar?
Yes, I just want to point out the applicant has a LOI that is expiring in January 2026, so it's still technically valid, which marks the wetlands. Can the applicant's engineer just confirm that is the case?
Yes, that is correct for lot 6. The LOI that we currently have will expire in January. The LOI for lot 7 is currently pending. We had an original LOI back in 16 for lot 7, and we applied for a new one.
And regarding the subdivision plat, my office reviewed it and found it to be in accordance with the map filing law. And can the applicant just confirm all appropriate monuments will be installed as required?
Yes, the map filing law will be adhered to. All monuments will be installed.
That's all I have at this time.
Ashton, you have anything for us?
Yeah, unfortunately, I'm thinking this through. But so question, the mug is not going to be coming in for any future site plan, correct?
I'm sorry, we can't hear you.
Sorry, the mug rack is not coming in for any future site plan. It's the property adjacent where the construction would happen.
I do not know that. I suspect that they're not, their cooperation was to participate in the subdivision and to make the dedication across the front of the property to accommodate the improvements that the county requested. But I don't expect that they're coming in for any relief.
So our letter calls out two variances, one for the house and then one for a front parking setback. But the issue that I'm thinking through right now is that front parking setback is actually now going to be in the right of way, and we don't have the jurisdiction to give a variance in the right of way.
We're not asking for variance relief for that front property. That right-of-way dedication was a request of the county at the time, and the county was aware that there was a portion of the Mug Rack's parking lot that encroached into the right-of-way, and they did not raise it as an issue. If they do raise it as an issue now or at any time in the future, the Mug Rack will have to remove that portion of their parking lot that's in their right-of-way. But the county did not raise it as an issue.
So, okay, I'm a little confused. So you're not seeking, so you don't believe you need variances for the building or the parking lot?
The building does, I believe it does. The parking lot, if you feel that it requires variance relief because there's an encroachment, then the answer is yes. I don't believe that it does. I believe that the parking lot's location was set, it hasn't changed, and the only reason that it's in the right-of-way is because the county recently asked for that right-of-way to be dedicated to them. But I'll defer to your decision, and if the decision is variance relief is to be granted, then that's the relief, is necessary, then that's the relief we request.
If I might just add, there are two variances that are within the professionals' letters, board professionals' letters. One I mentioned was the front setback as a result of the dedication. And the second variance, not existing nonconformity, but an actual variance, is with regard to the parking lot to right-of-way, 20 feet. We're at a -1 as a result, again, of the county requiring a dedication. So we may need those two variances, but they're a result of the county requiring the dedication.
Right, I guess I don't think we can give a -1 variance. So we could give a 0 variance, and then you could go fix the condition. And I'm sort of looking at Gene, but yeah, I mean.
Yeah, no, so if I.
And yes, our letter does say
If I'm
a variance
understanding
is
correctly,
needed. Yeah.
the issue is, as strangely we just discussed, the board cannot grant a variance and grant approval for anything in the right-of-way.
Correct.
That remains the same thing. It's essentially the same issue we just had before. We cannot grant approval for things to be on other people's property, including the county right-of-way. However, if the county has given essentially approval for existing conditions within their right-of-way because it's been approved by the county planning board, then I think that answers that issue for this board's purposes.
Right, I guess sort of back to that, I think we would be granting a variance for a 0-foot setback for the parking area at a 0-foot setback where X was required.
That's correct.
And then the county would, again, sort of back to that enforcement issue, the county would say, get out of our right-of-way, or don't get out of our right-of-way.
Precisely.
Yeah.
Perhaps.
So the variances that are mentioned in the letter, as Mr. Antilli just said, and that I think the board is considering, are the front setback and the setback from the right-of-way.
Right, so it's 60-foot setback variance for 53, and then the correction I would make is 20 feet from the right-of-way variance 0, as opposed to -1.
And what I'll do, if the board so grants that relief, we will ask the county to confirm that it was not inadvertent, that they fully understood that there was a 1-foot encroachment into their right-of-way from the parking lot. And we'll bring that to their attention.
And
abide by their ultimate direction.
I think that's fair. And other than that, it is a C variance being dictated by this dedication, so. I don't think there's any detriment to planning, detriment to zoning, detriment to public good. In fact, I'd say a dedication of right-of-way is probably a positive to public good.
Questions or comments for the applicant? We're going to go ahead and open this to the public. Anyone wishing to come forward and have questions or comments regarding the testimony you've just heard? Seeing no one come forward, we're going to go ahead and close public session. Mr. Pape, would you like to make a closing statement?
Only to point out that this minor subdivision results in dedication to the county and an opportunity to bring sanitary sewer service to the entire region in which it is situated, and we ask that the board consider the relief favorably. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, board, it's up for us, board, it's up to us for discussion. Questions, Mrs.?
So we heard it's a request for a minor subdivision. You heard the proofs that were put on the record, including Mr. Pape's representation of the benefits from the county, the dedication to the county, and the expansion of the sewer service area. These are also just minor, the variances that were put on the record were for the minimum front yard setback, 53 feet instead of 60, where 60 feet is required, and the right-of-way less than 1 foot or a 0 foot setback where 20 foot is required, and that was requested, as you heard, because of the county's extension of the right-of-way. And the only condition that has been discussed, aside from the representation made that the map filing law would be adhered to, is that the county be notified of encroachments into the right-of-way to confirm.
I just trying to understand, what, is there anything else that this request affects? Meaning, I understand the benefit of bringing the sewer service to an area, that's always a benefit. Is there anything else that changes because of these variances for the setbacks?
No, I mean, the approvals are, remain in place. They were previously granted by the board in 2019 and 2021. The approvals remain in place. Any conditions of those approvals remain in place. The only difference would be the variances and the change in the subdivision lines. And as stated by Mr. Pape, the expectation is that in the future, an amended site plan will be sought.
And the purpose of that is?
The amended site plan just regarding, I assume, I can't speak for the applicant, regarding the locations.
The state of New Jersey modified the flood hazard regulations, and that the flood hazard line on our property has shifted. So we will be accommodating the new flood hazard line and coming back before the board showing a very similar product, very similar project of apartments and retail, but it'll be respecting the new flood hazard line.
Thank you for the clarification, I appreciate
Yes,
it.
sir.
Martins?
I just thought of one, it's minor. The LOI you said expires in January, right? When did you get it? Like, how long did?
LOIs are good for 5 years, and as long as you
5
file prior to them, you get a 5-year extension. And this young man next to me is in charge of filing the extension before it
Okay.
expires. That's his job.
So if I was to ask, so how old is the one that you have that?
2021. To answer your
2021.
question, they're 5
Okay.
years, it expires in 26. So
Okay,
by
it's
that,
not
yeah.
20 years
Yeah.
old or something. Okay, thank you.
Chairman?
Will this project tie into all the other projects too that are going on in that general area? Like the sewers and,
The sewer line is an extension, it's thousands of feet, and then it comes up to the intersection, it comes across all of these properties, and we were required, or we made the commitment that we would make certain that it provided capacity for the whole region in which it's passing. And we have some of those approvals from the Jackson Township Municipal Utility Authority. The routing has been worked out with them. So I think the answer is yes.
Good answer.
That was what moved the board when we were here the first time.
Yeah, because you have a couple major projects right there
Oh, yeah.
that was a very key item that they were talking about. So I just wanted clear that, I mean, I realize what's going on, but in the grand scheme of things, it is the right place to do it.
Thank you.
We were required, as a footnote to, under engineer's report, to add those contributing areas to our pump station design. So yes.
I'm sure. Thank you.
Questions or comments? I think, given the brief testimony from this evening, we know that the variances and everything were previously granted. They're here basically because it's expiring. And it's a minor change that we're seeing, and we understand that the right-of-ways, because of the county, because they're going to bring sanitary sewer to the area. I see no reason to not put forth a motion to approve, given the testimony we've heard this evening and everything laid out by Ms. Cipriani. Kathleen, we have a motion and a second. Roll call, please.
Mr. Hyman?
Yes.
Mr. Martins?
Yes.
Ms. Rosal? Mr. Tremor?
Yes.
Mr. Seleckia?
Yes.
Dr. Hofstein?
Yes.
Ms. Bradley?
Yes. They're paid all in one night in less than an hour? Less than half an hour. Okay, we are going to take a 5-minute break before we begin. And well, let's make that 10 minutes before we do the next application. That was obviously longer than 10 minutes. We're going to call this meeting back to order. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members of the board, Salvatore Alfieri of Cleary, Giacobbe, Alfieri, and Jacobs on behalf of the applicant. We're here tonight seeking variance relief for a property that was actually before this board previously and did receive D1 use variance. I have with me tonight, I have Ian Borden, who's going to be providing some professional planning testimony in support of this application. And if the board does require, we also have our traffic expert here as well. So I think if it pleases the board, I'm going to pass it off to Ian, who's going to provide some background on site and the justifications for the relief we're seeking tonight.
Swear or affirm that the testimony you give before this board will be the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And could you state your name and very briefly put your credentials on the record?
Thank you. Ian Borden, President, Professional Design Services, Lakewood, New Jersey, professional planner in the state of New Jersey. Been in the business for 40 years, graduate of Rutgers, have testified in front of this board and many others throughout the state.
Mr. Borden, this board accepts your credentials. Thank you.
Appreciate that. So this project is a project that the board has seen before, although the current members probably have not. Although, Ms. Bradley, I believe you probably have, and maybe Dr. Hofstein. Anyway, first the site. I've pre-marked 3 exhibits. Each board member has 11 by 17. Obviously, it's on the screen. We'll start with A1, which is an aerial exhibit, which shows the site marked in yellow. The site contains 4.9 acres. It's obviously Lot 8, Block 2401, and it's located on Progress Place. So to orient you on the map, north is to the top. Across the left to right on the bottom is Route 195. On the right, north and south is Route 527, Cedar Swamp Road. And then Progress Place intersects with Cedar Swamp Road and is a private industrial roadway. So this property is in what's known as the Progress Industrial Park. And it's in the LM zone, light manufacturing. The site had received a D1 variance and a major site plan approval in 2022 by resolution 2022-41. And it was approved. The applicant at the time was A&A Truck Parts, I'm sure you recall. The company, we've been in front of the board for a few different sites with them. And this site, like other sites, was approved as a contractor storage facility permitting the parking and storage of trucks, construction equipment, and construction materials and supplies. The site, as you can see, the site, as I said, contains 4.9 acres. It's a little hard to see but the portion of the site adjacent to Progress Place is the developed portion of the site. The development has been completed per the 2022 approval. Basically, the development is very simple. It's a gravel yard. Oh, that's awesome. Thank you, Anthony. That's I got to up my game apparently. The rear of the site that you can see is remaining forested in the exhibit is wetlands and wetland buffers. There is actually a small bit of uplands closer to 195, but we didn't choose to develop that. As part of the site plan approval, we had obtained an LOI in 2023, as well as a transition area waiver averaging plan also in 2023. Both of those remain in effect. Both of those expire in 2028. Again, a 5-year approval period for both of those, the certification and the permit. But the site plan was developed considered of that. What we're here for tonight, we're not proposing any additional development. We're proposing to just simply occupy, to add a use to the project. And the use that we're proposing to add is placing a mobile concrete batch plant on the property. If we can go to the next exhibit, please, Anthony. Here we have side-by-side views. On the left is the approved site plan, which shows the parking for trucks and the storage for equipment, supplies, and roll-off containers, et cetera. And then on the right, the site remains the same, as I said. And here we just simply put on here, what I'm pointing to is the mobile batch plant. The areas where soil,
Ask you a question. I know that other than the word, what makes it a mobile batch plant?
because it's on tire, it has tires. It is a mobile plant. It is delivered by truck. There's actually, my Exhibit A3 is a picture of it.
It's not anchored to a foundation, basically.
There's no foundation. One could say I anticipated the question. But there's no, you can see on the bottom left, the plant being delivered in that sample picture. Yeah, there's no foundation. It's a self-supporting structure on tires. And you just, it's parked on the site. And it's intended to do, the purpose of them is to dispense concrete closer to the source. In other words, closer to where the concrete is being used. So the mobile concrete plant is comprised of a silo. You see in A3, that's the vertical silo that's stood up after it's delivered. That has a height of 35 feet. And then you see there's a 2 or 3 hoppers, they call it, where the sand and stone are mixed in. And then there's a conveyor belt that brings them into the silo, and then they're dispensed into trucks. And this plant is designed for what they call transit cement or concrete. In other words, we all have seen the concrete trucks with the rotating cylinders. Some concrete plants, like larger ones, like Clayton, are what they call central plants, where they actually mix the concrete in the plant. So what comes out is finished concrete. In this case, this silo dispenses a mixture of the sand and cement and water and stone into the truck, and then it's mixed by the truck as it drives to the project site. That's why they call it transit concrete.
So they don't add water, the truck does.
I'm sorry?
So they don't add water at the plant, just materials.
There's water added at the plant. There is water added at the plant. So that's what the use is. It's a plant that processes these raw materials into concrete. And for that reason, and we have applied for a D1 variance, but I think or a D variance, I should say. But it's important to understand exactly what variance we're looking for. In my opinion, the use itself, the mobile concrete batch plant, is a permitted use in the LM zone under light manufacturing. And I'm going to read a sentence from the ordinance, if I may. And that is under Section 8 of the ordinance, it's 244-62, light manufacturing. Permitted use 8 permits the fabrication, assembly, or processing of goods and materials, or the storage of bulk goods and materials, where such activities and materials create no hazard from fire, nor explosion, nor produce no toxic or corrosive fumes, gas, smoke, dust, vapor, noise, vibration, glare, flashes, or objectionable effluent. We don't use any of the chemicals, or the plant doesn't create any of those, doesn't adversely affect any of those performance standards, such as noise or smoke or vibration or glare. So in my
Gordon, in
opinion,
your picture from the Model 27 batch plant down in the bottom left,
yes,
what is coming out of that truck?
that's the truck being loaded by the plant. So that's the cement truck I was talking about. So that truck is receiving the cement mixture from the plant.
But it looks like there's dust.
No, the bottom left.
Oh, no, that's being delivered.
That's the truck that's.
Oh, that's just the truck
delivering
being
mobile plant.
delivering it to a site.
And then it would be set up
But
from
then
there and
being-
then
Right.
lifted and raised.
I mean, that's being delivered on a forest road in the middle of
So
the
that's
woods.
not, this truck is not something that would be
No, no,
happening
no.
on this.
That truck is just delivering the plant, and then it's gone.
Yeah, the picture directly to the right of that is an example of the truck being loaded.
Right, that's
from-
what I thought you meant, I'm sorry. But the pictures on the right are the plant in operation.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but you're talking about the picture now on the right, right? So
On the
let me
right
ask-
side. Yeah, you see
Yeah,
the
yeah.
cement trucks on the top and the
Right.
bottom picture.
Yeah, so in the picture on the right, the bottom right, so the transit truck, is that the transit?
Yes.
Transit truck you're talking
Yes.
about? So it's gonna mix it or keep mixing it as it's
It'll keep
rolling to the
rotating
site,
and
right?
mixing as it drives to the site.
Okay, and then, so that alt structure, that's the mobile,
That's the silo.
that's the silo, which is mobile. 'Cause you said
The
it's
whole
on
thing is
wheels?
mobile.
The whole thing is
If you,
mobile.
if you, and that's a good picture, because if you look to the left of that picture, you see the square hopper bins.
Right, okay,
And then you see the conveyor belt that goes upward in an angle.
right,
So there's material stored on the site, piles of sand and stone. Consistent with our current approval, we're permitted to do that under the current approval. But those materials are placed into the hoppers by a loader. And then that conveyor carries them up into the silo where they're stored. And then when the truck comes, they're delivered to the truck.
okay. And before the truck, they're not really mixed, right? I guess it's just.
They're not really mixed, no.
Not really mixed, they're just on top there. And so you said it's mobile. So why have something like that mobile? You said because you wanted to get closer to this, to what?
Closer to the source,
aside
closer
from
to
the
where you're
truck being
delivering the
transit,
concrete.
right? Sorry, go ahead.
Closer to where you're delivering the concrete.
But the truck is the one that's delivering the concrete.
Yes.
And for
So
the
why
board's-
does that? Okay.
So for the board's benefit, the term mobile, it really draws to the fact that it's not actually, there's no foundation keeping this silo in place. So
Right.
it's something that presumably can be taken on and off the site or moved into shifted, something
Right.
like that. So that's why it's considered mobile. It's not actually nailed down into the
Gotcha.
ground.
And this is, I guess, more for usage. But so on a normal course of business, are you going to be moving this thing
No.
around?
No. The intention is to place it here and leave it here for as long as it operates.
As long as it operates, right?
Well, it's a tenant,
Okay.
like any other tenant that would operate it.
Right,
So
right,
as
right.
long as he
Okay.
is a tenant, he can operate his plant here.
Right, right. Because my concern is, as you said, there's wetlands here, right?
Yes.
And so, you can move this thing around. And at some point, what if you get too close to those wetlands?
No, I understand.
We don't want you to get close.
Well, we,
And,
that's a great question, but we prepared this exhibit, Exhibit A2, to show the location. And that's the location we're seeking approval for.
understood. That's why I was asking about the fact that
I
it was
figured.
mobile. Mobile.
Because what's critical about
Because
that
then you can
is-
move it at any time and,
Right.
you
To
know.
respond to questions from your board professionals, the reason we did that in large part is, if you go back to A2, please, Anthony, is we showed the truck turning movement to deliver the materials so that they can safely traverse around the
Yeah.
plant.
Okay, thank you.
So in my opinion, the mobile or the concrete batch plant, I think I put too much emphasis on mobile. It's just the name of it. I keep but the batch plant is, in my opinion, a permitted use. However, the site did receive a D1 variance because the other bulk parking uses, the contractor storage and parking uses required a D1 variance. So by placing this plant on the site, in our opinion, serves as an intensification of those existing approved uses. It diminishes them in scale because obviously with this plan here, there cannot be the intensity of those uses. But in my opinion, under the land use law, regardless of that fact, the area in which they're being performed in is being reduced and thereby is an intensification. So what we're seeking is a D2 variance, I'm sorry, for the intensification of the previously approved D1 uses. I would like to briefly go over the statement of operations on the details of the operation of the plant. The plant would employ between 10 and 12 employees. And those employees consist of two different types of employees. One are truck drivers, and the other are actual employees that would work at the plant. So approximately half of those employees would be truck drivers.
Through the chair. Can I just clarify? Your statement of operations says there's 0 employees.
Oh, the one I submitted? Okay.
You mean there's 2 of them?
No, there's not 2 of them. I apologize. That, under the A&A, bulk storage, there were no employees at the site. I should have changed that sentence in the statement, and I apologize for that. So for the existing uses that have the D1 variance, there's no employees. This proposed use does have 10 to 12 employees. Half of them would be driving trucks, so they come in their personal cars. The trucks will be parked on the site. They would bring their personal cars, park it, jump in the truck, and then drive. And they would not be present on the site all day long. They would be just going from the site to job sites, delivering concrete. And the other half, 5 to 7 employees, would actually work on the site, operating the plant, performing clerical duties, maintenance of the plant, scheduling and coordinating the deliveries of the trucks. So, and then the estimated truck traffic every day is 1 or 2 tractor trailers would deliver raw materials every day. That would be the sand and the stone, for example. And then additionally, there would be up to 6 dump trucks every day delivering raw materials, and then up to 15 outgoing concrete trucks every day. So Scott can give traffic testimony, but the number of trips, traffic for this use is small. The hours of operation will remain the same as the current approval. All of the other conditions of the other approval would remain in effect, and that is that we did provide with the fire commissioners this. It's a little hard to see, it's just different hatched, but this is a fire lane in the front of the site. We've maintained that same fire lane. In addition to this, the site is fenced and gated, and the gate has a Knox box so that the emergency services have 24/7 access. That remains consistent with our 2022 approval.
Mr. Ward, given the description of the operations that you just gave, it is, remains your position that you don't need a D1, just a D2? That this is simply an intensification of the
It's my opinion.
unmanned yard?
Because the batch plant itself is a permitted use, in my opinion.
Okay.
If the batch plant was not a permitted use, obviously it would be it would be 2 D1s. But in my opinion, the batch plant is permitted. Thereby, it's a D2. Or,
I understand your position.
thank you.
Ian, and can you confirm as well that you had mentioned earlier that these trucks would be coming onto the site? Is it accurate that these would be scheduled to pick up staggered so that it's not, for the board's benefit, you're not going to have a line of trucks out there waiting to get on the site? These things are all pre-scheduled and staggered.
That's correct. That is correct.
And we're expecting a maximum, if this were to be permitted, anywhere between, a maximum of 5 to 7 trucks or
Yes,
on the site at a given time in terms of loading.
that's correct. And those trucks will be parked on the site in the overnight hours. The approved site plan does have parking areas along Progress Place on both sides of the access drive that remain untouched by the proposal for the batch plant, and that's where the trucks will be. So rather than A&A trucks, they would be concrete trucks. Trucks nonetheless.
You don't anticipate trucks being backed up that would interfere with the park and ride?
No.
And for the board's benefit, it's our understanding that it takes about 5 minutes to load a truck at one of these batch plants. So they come in and it takes, on the higher end, about 5 minutes for it to load up. And then once they're loaded up, they're on to their job site as far as the
That's
concrete
correct.
goes.
Anticipating 15 of those a day outgoing?
That's correct. Yes. And that's over the course of a 10 to 10 hour workday.
Who are these trucks for? The concrete, who are they doing the concrete for?
The trucks would be the tenant's trucks, his own trucks, and they would deliver to whatever project site.
So it's a subcontractor.
It would be the tenant of the site.
So it's like an
The owner,
extension.
the owner
Yeah,
of the
sub
batch.
or a contractor.
Right, the owner of the batch plant would own the trucks.
No, what I'm saying is like, we have Clayton's on the other side of town.
Yes.
They do concrete. So do we have a specific company that they're just trying to get closer to?
Yes. Yes.
That's why they want this planted, just to make it easier?
It's actually a company from Staten Island that would like to open up this plant at this location.
Do we know who they are?
I know the guy's name is Joe.
According to the traffic, I'm sorry,
No, go ahead.
according to the traffic
I
study.
could ask him.
Customers Richmond Ready Mix from Staten Island.
Thank you, Ms. Bradley.
Probably
I think
Vanbro,
it's Richmond Ready
Vigorello,
Mix. Mr.
Vigorello or Diamond.
Yes, and-
Richmond Ready Mix on the traffic study.
And the Richmond part would really accord with Staten Island.
Yep.
It was part of the Vanbro, Vigorello brothers, probably.
I'm sorry?
Probably affiliated with Vanbro and Vigorello and all those from Staten Island.
Okay, yeah.
I'm from Staten Island, so I'd know that.
Yeah, I don't know Staten Island.
Yeah.
I'm an Ocean County guy.
Very good, thank you.
Storage, just to conclude my testimony, there is bulk storage standards in the ordinance that were part of the approval for the current site, and those would remain in effect. We do comply, and I'll briefly read those, and these are unchanged from the 2022 approval. There of conditions for bulk storage. Bulk storage is permitted in the LM zone subject to these conditions. A is that no bulk storage is permitted within a front yard or within 100 feet of any public street. There is storage proposed within that distance to Progress Place. Progress Place is a private roadway. It's not a public roadway. No bulk storage is permitted between any side or rear lot line. We are proposing storage within the side setback lines. The bulk storage must be screened from public view where adjacent to a residential zone. There is no residential zone near this property. As you can see from A1, there's not even a single building in that whole view of the aerial. We're smack in the middle of the LM zone, backed up to 195. But the site is surrounded by 8-foot fencing that was approved in the 2022 approval that does screen the site from public view. No fence used under D. No fence used to screen shall be placed closer to any property line than the required setbacks. We did obtain a variance for the 2022 approval to place the fence on the property line, and it's been constructed in accordance with that approval. All service roads shall be paved with bituminous concrete. The driveway to Progress Place is paved. In no instance shall the height of the on-site material be greater than 10 feet. We had agreed and do continue to agree that the height will remain at 10 feet. There's no variance granted for that. And then lastly, under G, no heavy equipment shall be operated closer than the front setback plus 50 feet. Given our environmental constraints that are quite obvious, we had received a variance to operate the equipment at a closer setback within the boundaries of the development that's been completed. Quickly, some planning testimony. As I said, the property is in the LM light industrial zone, which is described for the development under the master plan as a development of light industrial and development along the Route 195 corridor. The objective is to encourage the development of industrial warehouse and office developments. As I stated, the processing of this material was permitted under section item 8 of the ordinance, so I think we do certainly comply with the zone plan and master plan. I believe we meet the purposes of zoning. Again, we are an expansion of a non-conforming use since we're expanding the intensity of the previous D1 variance. And I believe we meet the purposes of zoning under A and G to provide sufficient space and appropriate location for a variety of uses. Certainly this use is appropriate for the site given it's in the LM zone, already developed for industrial use, and it's just simply another tenant for this same property. In my opinion, it can be, the variance can be granted without substantial detriment to the public good and without substantially impairing the zone plan and master plan, simply because the use we are proposing is permitted in the LM zone. And the intensification, although requiring a D2 variance, will not require and does not create an intensification of actual use in the manner of truck traffic, for example, because any area occupied by the plant is simply land that's not available for the other uses already approved. So in my opinion, the plan is particularly well suited to this site, meets the criteria for the D2 under the positive and negative criteria, and can be granted as such.
Gordon, you talked about raw materials earlier. I know you mentioned sand. What else will be stored?
It's sand and stone and cement powder. And water.
Sorry, and water as well.
The water will be from a well on the site. There is no public water sewer here. That's partly why this use is suitable. That was one of my arguments in the 2022 variance. That's why the storage use was particularly well suited here, because Progress Place does not have any water and sewer. And but the amount of water used by a plant of this magnitude is very small. Even at maximum capacity, it will be less than 3,000 gallons per day.
Gordon, should the board determine that a D1 is required rather than a D2, is there any additional testimony that you would want to provide?
I think it would be the same testimony, Mr. Briani. I think that we would still meet the positive and negative criteria if a D1 was deemed to be required by the board.
I don't know if you're going to say more. So back to the cement powder, obviously you don't want that getting wet. How is that being stored?
I'm sorry?
Cement powder, that's going to be stored in bins. How is that being, because you wouldn't want that getting wet ahead of time.
Correct. I believe it's in a bin, a sealed bin.
I'm sorry, can you point, will it be, where on there is that bin going to be? I see where you're storing the sand and stone, but.
This orientation is the silo is the top here, and these are the hoppers, so it'll be down by the hoppers.
Okay, where it says hopper, okay, so this is where that powder is going to be.
Yes,
Is it going to be a bin or a drop tanker that it comes out of?
I believe it's a drop tank, and then it would go up that conveyor with the sand and the stone.
The tankers that kind of be on the bottom with the pipes, that's a drop tanker. It'll come out of the back of that.
Okay. I'll let Ms. Bradley finish. Oh, you're good? Okay. So what I don't have a lot of experience with cement, but I mixed some to do little stuff around that. So the problem with the powder is it gets into the air. And it obviously, from there, with wetlands around and everything like that, how are you making sure that when it comes down and goes through the conveyor belt, it's not flying all around? Especially how it's windy over there. I know you weren't paying attention. I get it. You were reading on. Oh, you were? Don't text and testify at the same time. It's like don't text and drive. Yeah. So my real concern.
I understand.
Right, wetlands and cement. To me, just two don't mix.
I can tell you, and hopefully you'll answer me, and I'll give you more of a firm answer, but I can tell you that I've done concrete plants for Clayton, for example.
Yeah.
The much larger ones, in Manahawkin, for example, which is right next to wetlands. and they coexist, and that they've coexisted for 30 years.
Nicely?
Yes,
No, there's never been
No.
any,
no. I've also done one for Stavola up in Tinton Falls, and they like to, Stavola's a pavement company, but now and again, they like to ruffle the feathers of their competitors by doing what their competitors do, and that's what
Right, right.
Stavola did. But that plant has operated for also 30 years, and it's in a residential neighborhood.
yeah. Okay.
They're very impact-free.
I guess you would say only if potentially there's some kind of accident or something and the powder spills, goes down into the wetlands. That's the only possibility, right? It would have to be some kind of disaster or something.
I do think that that is accurate. Ian, can you confirm that, in your opinion, that that would be the case? That the concern of the concrete, or rather the concrete dust making its way into the wetlands would typically only be from a catastrophic failure of some
I
kind.
agree. I give that a 0% probability of that
I mean,
occurring.
yeah, we get hurricanes sometimes around
I
here.
understand.
I guess bottom line is did you say you got a letter from the wetlands?
Oh, we have an
Commissioner?
LOI and a transitionary waiver form, approval.
Approval.
2023,
It's been approved.
yes.
From 2023.
That's prior to this mobile concrete.
That's
Well,
not
that's-
for this project.
That was to develop the site. Those were outside agency approvals
Right.
to actually develop the site.
For this use, though, for this use, cement.
Doesn't- Those permits are not tied to a use, they're tied to the land. Those approvals create the boundary of where we're allowed to develop to.
Right, it doesn't, because just back to my thing, you got cement there, it's powder. It gets windy, things break. And the wetlands are right there. Hey, I mean, with all due respect, you say 0. I don't think you could say 0.
What the operator tells me that the cement is stored in the silo. It's stored actually in the silo.
Okay. It has to get to the silo somehow, though. Yeah, exactly. And
It's
so
delivered
that
by one of
process,
these.
something could
It's
happen.
delivered by one of these incoming trucks
That's
into
all I'm
the
saying, yeah.
silo.
Okay,
It's not stored on the site like the sand and the stone are. Outside.
okay, well, that's good. Thank you.
Mara Ashton, you have anything for us?
Mr. Borden, can you confirm the site previously received site plan approval and has been fully constructed in accordance with that approved site plan?
That is correct.
And when was the construction completed?
Earlier this year.
And are there any significant improvements proposed?
No.
Is it your opinion that a formal site plan, is it your opinion that a formal site plan would be necessary?
In my opinion, no, because we're simply placing the mobile plant on the site. There's no other site development proposed, just placing the mobile plant.
So as part of the previous site plan approval, you've covered all the site plan concerns like circulation and drainage and wetlands, all that?
Yes,
was already
in my
previously
opinion,
covered.
yes.
And you've demonstrated that circulation is acceptable with your truck turning movements shown on the proposed layout.
That's my opinion, yes.
You testified there's fencing around the entire usable area of the property?
That's correct.
What type of fencing?
It's an 8-foot chain link with barbed wire on top with slats.
And in your opinion, would that prevent the operation from creeping into any sensitive areas?
Oh, yes.
You already commented on the chapter 244, 152, the bulk storage. So I'm not going to go on that, talk about that again. And just in general, can you just describe any noise, dust, or public safety impacts? I know you've touched on some.
Yes. Yeah. The plant does not generate noise, does not generate dust. We do have the crushed gravel surface on the entire site, so there will be no dust created by the movement of trucks. There is no glare, there is no hazardous materials stored on the site or utilized in the production of concrete. So I know those are all listed in the performance standards of the ordinance. Let me get this section here. Under 244-160, and we would comply with all of those.
And from an engineering standpoint, generally, the site will function or operate the same, in your opinion?
We're not proposing any changes to the site. The site, again, has a gravel surface with the drainage as approved by the board. None of that would change. None of that would be affected by the installation of the plant. But yes, I agree.
Okay, thanks. That's all I have at this time.
Mr. Alfieri, are you going to be presenting engineering testimony?
Tonight, no, we're here just presenting planning testimony. We do have our traffic expert as well, should the board require testimony. We did submit that report, and so to the extent you have questions or you do require that testimony, we'd be happy to provide it. But as far as
But
tonight,
you're not planning on providing engineering testimony?
it's just for purposes of tonight, just the planning testimony.
Because
Just for tonight.
we're not changing the site. The site's already been approved and developed, and we're not changing the site at all.
Batch plant is owned by the tenant that's going to be using it. It's not,
Property is owned by, and correct me if I'm wrong, the property is owned by, let's say you, I am going to be operating the
batch plant.
concrete
Yes.
batch plant.
That's correct. It is a tenant going to own and operate the plant.
Yeah, the tenant is the owner of this batch plant.
So
that's
the
gonna be-
tenant, yes.
Yes,
So
correct.
how long is it like a lease where, like when you're renting, how long does he have that as a tenant, or how long is he there as a tenant?
That's to be
You have a lease in
negotiated with the
place already?
property owner.
Right.
Hopefully forever, but that's
I
to be
think the question is,
negotiated.
do you have a lease in place with the proposed tenant already?
So, just from a practical standpoint, obviously, until the board, or if the board gives their approval, then our client would move forward with entering into a formal lease agreement. But at this point, without the approvals, we didn't want to put the cart in front of the horse.
Gordon, I want to go back to a couple of things.
Could I
Oh,
talk for
sure,
1
go right
second?
ahead.
According to the deed, the owner is now 51 Progress Place LLC.
That's correct.
They are the applicant for
That's correct.
I just want to go back to a couple of things. You said that it doesn't make any noise? That seems a little,
Well, just the
No noise?
the noise is the noise is the conveyor in the trucks. And maybe the noise is not an industrial noise. It's not like an impact noise or a machinery noise. Or
Well,
I guess you could say the machinery. It is the conveyor belts and the trucks.
So in the context of light manufacturing zone, it would be considered de minimis in your
Yes,
opinion?
yes.
Well, the light manufacturing standard is that it would produce no hazard from fire explosion, no toxic corrosive fumes, gas, smoke, obnoxious dust, or vapor, offensive noise or vibration,
Right.
glare, flashes, or objectional effluent.
I understand.
So
And,
it is
my-
not
my-
going to produce no.
Well, no, that's an accurate point. In my opinion, the measure of offensive noises, does it comply with the noise ordinance? And it certainly would comply with the noise ordinance.
I'm gonna piggyback, because that no, to me, seems like you're zero again. There's gonna be zero, nothing. You said no glare is gonna be generated. There's gonna be glare generated. You might not, maybe it doesn't impact anybody because you got nobody around you, but how do you
I
not
don't-
generate
I don't-
noise?
I don't know. I don't believe the glare
Yeah.
is generated.
No?
I mean, you have a drab gray colored plant. I don't see where
No,
glare is
the
created.
trucks at night, the
Well, our
lights.
hours of operation don't extend past 6 PM, so.
Gets dark at
something I
five.
wanted
What
to-
are the hours of operation?
Thank you.
6 AM to 6
I wanted to
PM.
go back to
Okay,
the
yeah.
statement of operation, if you don't mind. Mr. Hyman brought up a great point. So I was on this original application. It looks like you took it looks like this was theirs. You just changed the date and changed the name of the owner. It says the hours of operation are from 6 to 6, but it doesn't, it talks a little bit about what was, right? So I
understand.
just want to make sure we're all on the same page of what is. So the hours of operation are from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m.
Correct,
There will be employees on site.
yes,
You're saying a truck or trailer may be moved, however, during any time?
yes. That was a particular sentence for A&A, because sometimes they would get calls to bring in a truck and, it's rare, but sometimes they get a call to bring it in.
That's still going to take place.
Yes,
If I may.
Right ahead.
Yeah, just to go back to Mr. Martin's point about the light and your state of the operation is that the hours of operation are 6 to 6. I'm pretty sure it was dark at 6 o'clock tonight.
I understand. It's dark for 1 hour, yes.
No longer, we're back to the statement of operations. This was a long discussion in the original application. The front gate will be accessible only by employees and authorized leases via key card or password. A knock box will be provided at the gate to ensure the fire companies will have full access to the site during all times. That will remain in place, God forbid there's an emergency.
Yes,
So now that there's going to be people on site to work the plant, so to speak, we're still talking 6 to 6 Monday to Saturday. But the gate is still going to only be accessible by those employees and authorized lessees. So how is somebody going to be able to move a truck or a trailer or come in after
well,
hours without
an employee would have the pass code to access the gate.
Yeah, so the trucks that would be utilizing this particular batch plant are going to be owned and operated by the operator of this facility. So the trucks coming in, the trucks that are delivering as well. And so when these individual, and these are all going to be scheduled and staggered out. So you're not, again, so it's not going to be just trucks showing up because, they got off the job early. You're going to come in at this time, in this time window to come in and get loaded up to go out to the next job. And then ultimately, at the end of the day, these same trucks that went in to get filled out and taking concrete out to their various job sites are then going to come back and park the cars and then do it all over again in the morning.
Mr. Alfieri, obviously, it's a determination for the board to make, but as you're describing this, I'm finding increasing difficulty from a legal standpoint in conceptualizing this merely as an intensification of the existing use. This does appear to me to be a separate use that would require a D1. So I just want to be clear. I think I've indicated that through my questions, but as you're describing it, I become more convinced from the legal standard that it is not simply an intensification of the existing D1, but is its own D1, which you may well meet that standard, but I do want to be clear. Obviously, the board will have to make that determination, but this seems, given that you're now adding a number of employees, you're adding regularly scheduled traffic, you're adding a large piece of equipment, which does create, I think, some noise, some vibration, whether it's some glare perhaps. It does appear to me to meet the standard for a D1 or to require that you meet the standard for a D1 rather than a D2. And I want to be clear so that there's not a need to add additional.
Understood, and those comments are well received, and I will say that we did note that in the report from the planner that potentially we should be prepared to address both the D1 and the D2 variances. And Ian can speak further on that, but I think as he articulated before, many of the reasons why the D2 way we believe we should be afforded the D2 relief, it then also supports the D1 relief. We're also
Right. And I didn't want to get caught in just thinking, this seems like a new thing, because the question really is whether it is a use that the board considers to meet.
I understand.
Ashton?
Yeah, I just want to say, I agree Gene, I actually don't even see what the intensification is. I mean, definitely there's more uses on the site, but you're not expanding an existing use, am I right?
Yeah, but
It's
it's
like
an
the-
intensification by a reduction of the area of the same use.
Right. But you are proposing a new use.
We're proposing new use.
For lack of a better word, your prior approval was a contractor yard.
Yes,
And now it's a contractor
well, clearly a
yard
new use being
and a
added.
cement plant. So to me, it's in D1 as well, because you went from multiple uses, which is permitted as a contractor yard because you're allowed combined uses from above the line
Yes.
in the LM, and now you're adding a new one. So that's one. Secondly, the exhibit A2 that you provided today shows a proposed plan, which I could be wrong. I have never seen, did not review, did not anything. So your previously submitted plan, I guess from the testimony provided today, indicates to me that that was your old approval, which I understood.
Yes.
I had questions about where this batch plant is going to go, if it's temporary, permanent. Obviously, you've answered that today. I guess I struggle with how you don't think you need to amend your site plan to permit this use when I'm just looking at your previous approval and it says proposed gravel parking area, and now your new approval says sand and stone stockpile area. And then I see permitted, an area available for permitted trucks and equipment, and now I see that same area is sand and stone supply. Where
except
are,
if you- if
where
you-
are all those trucks going? And I understand there's going to be some reduction, but you haven't, how many employees exist now? And now you're adding more, and I guess based on the statement of operations, maybe there were no employees prior, and the statement of operations is wrong now, and there now are employees. So there's a lot of like conflicting information that no one on this board has reviewed until today. We can't even draft accurate review letters if we don't know where the plant's going and how.
The
things-
exhibit, the A2 that's on the plan was submitted 10 days ago. So to say that you have not seen it, I submitted it to
Yeah,
the board 10 days
I
ago.
have not seen it,
Okay,
so,
well, the normal planner is not here tonight, so.
okay.
The approved plan, these notes here denote storage of materials in these areas.
Yeah.
So the fact that we're saying this storage here is not inconsistent with the approval. My responses to Mr. Romeyer, the only thing we're doing different on this site, in my opinion, is we're simply placing the mobile plant. I'll leave it to the board to determine. We'd be always guided by your decision. In my opinion, that does not rise to the requirement to do a complete major site plan, to simply place one mobile plant without any other change to the site. There's not a single grade being changed, not a single piece of drainage, fence, not a single change to anything else.
Let me just interrupt for a second, Ashton, if you don't mind.
Mhm.
Mr. Borden, I had a couple of questions just along the same line. So let's look at, to the left of the original. It said there were 14 truck/cab parking spaces. It's not indicated on this plan. Are those still going to be parking places?
They remain, they
Parking
remain,
spaces?
yes.
Okay, only because it's not indicated, so I wasn't
Okay.
sure either.
We
So I'm
just-
sure that's
I
part
just
of
didn't
Ashton's
copy all this
question.
verbiage over, trying to keep this clean. But that,
Okay,
all these notations remain the same. I just didn't put them here because it would clutter up the plan a lot.
I mean, in my.
That truck parking remains the same in both locations. The entrance remains the same, the gate, the fence, the gravel, the drainage, nothing changes on any of it.
I mean, while I would maybe extend a statement of the changes are presumably relatively minor, traditionally, you would have a site plan that would be signed off on, and you would do compliance review, and there would be a plan set that then is the construction documents that go out to be built. And when this batch plant is now on site, and I look at your old site plan, it's not going to be the same.
It
So I-
is the same. All I'm doing is putting the batch plant on the site.
Mr. Borden, I hear you saying that, and.
Again, I'll be guided by the board. If you want me to come back with a site plan, I'll come back with a site
No, I'm
plan.
just saying, but you're saying that it's the same, but it's, what's written here isn't the same. Like in the area that's identified in the existing plan as area available for permitted trucks and equipment, that's labeled in the new plan as sand and stone stockpiles. And then in
But
the
that's
area
not-
available for permitted trucks and equipment, that is where you have the batch plant. And then the area that's listed on the old plan as proposed gravel parking area is listed here as where the hopper bins are. It looks like there's the circulation road or path, and then sand and stone stockpiles. So they don't seem like they're the same.
It just just to bring in some, I think a slightly different viewpoint of this is that these areas that you've just identified as far as the, from the prior approval as being the area permitted for trucks, equipment. The idea here is that those same areas, harping on the equipment portion of it, will be storing the materials that would be used to create the concrete ultimately, right? So our opinion and Ian's testimony is that that is, if not the exact same, but substantially similar to what was already approved in allowing the storage of equipment there. In this instance, they would be, we're asking for essentially, we're going to be storing our same materials there. And then as far as the portion in the front of the site where it's identified as 14 truck cabs, parking spaces, that would be the area that the concrete trucks would be parked. And as I mentioned earlier, we do have our traffic engineer who might be able to shed some additional light on the circulation and just the idea of how these trucks are going to be coming in and onto the site. And then to your point, Ms. Cipriani, is as far as the actual mobile batch plant, that's also placed in the same area that we have the prior approval allows for the storage of equipment, which in this instance, that is the equipment. That is what's going to be utilized on site. So that's why our position is that it is substantially similar, if not exactly the same in the sense that it's allowing equipment, not necessarily the same equipment, but it is permitted equipment, and it's along the same lines of this construction, storage, and yard that was previously authorized by this board.
I understand your perspective on that.
As Mr. Borden indicated, we are at the pleasure of the board, and if the board does see fit to require these instances, then we would be happy to come back and comply with that.
I have a question.
Yes, Mr. Chairman?
So now you have two separate sand and gravel piles, two separate areas. We draw a nice picture here and you're saying it's not going to make a lot of noise. How many front end loaders?
One.
One. How big is that?
Not
Probably
an
40
expert.
ton?
I'm sorry?
One of the big 40 ton front end loaders?
I'm not familiar with the size of the front end loaders, but it wouldn't be a large one.
Okay, so you're going to be taking a front end loader, which is noisy, and you're going to be taking sand and stone and dropping it into steel hoppers.
Yes.
So there will be dust, there will be noise.
Well,
You have a heavy piece of equipment that's going to be running around that you don't even have on your picture here, and you're trying to present a picture of something that's a little bit bigger than what you're presenting.
Well,
And that's what the board's having a
I
problem with here.
understand. I'm painting the picture that it's not any substantially different than what's already approved. We're already approved to store and move equipment on the site. We're already approved to have loader on the site and all the other pieces of equipment and move them around and park them. And
Right,
this
you're
site
saying-
was approved as a contractor yard.
Right, but
among
you're saying
the
trucks and
uses.
equipment, you're putting a plant, not a truck, not a piece of.
I understand.
It's a plant. So it's a,
And,
I understand, this is your job, playing on words, but
No.
it's kind of,
Mr. Tremor, and to your point about the dust, I will point the board for their benefit to the operational statement. So this equipment, the batch plant, it has this built-in WAM pulse projector that is designed to ensure that no dust escapes while this is in operation. So that this, and I think that
I'm sorry,
goes.
Mr. Alfieri, could you say again what it is that
Yeah,
that does that?
it's a built-in WAM, W-A-M, pulse jet dust collector and a complete filtration system, which is designed presumably so that no dust escapes during this operation while it's ongoing and it's loading these trucks and getting onto the truck.
that's
So-
dust control as it's going down the conveyor.
Correct.
As you're loading the conveyor, you cannot control that.
Right, but
But that's the point.
I understood. I understand, but there are mechanisms in place that when this system is operating, it's going to keep the dust.
I'm
in
not
place.
saying, yeah, you're not going to see a cloud 20 feet in the air, but it does make dust. No getting around that. Where the sand and stone piles are we putting any retention to keep any runoff from that? Because you're right on the border of wetlands.
All the runoff is directed internally to the site to an existing drainage system, and that would remain the same.
Right,
even
but
with
you
the
have a
frost.
sand pile, you got a torrential rain, the sand could run off into that area.
All-
So are they going to berm it in any way or put the concrete?
Well, it's already graded that way. The site as designed, approved, and constructed drains towards Progress Place,
What kind of pitch is on that?
like 1%.
You're going to tell me that's going to torrential rainstorm with a big sand pile that's starting to move?
No, I think it's,
Might be something to consider.
okay.
Another question regarding the parking. There was originally and nobody on site for the entire hours. There were 6 spaces, 6 parking spaces. So if somebody was coming in to get their truck, they would park their car and they would go out. Well, now we're going to have more employees. Where will they be parking?
They'll be parking in those 6 places.
But you said there's 10 to 12 employees.
But the truck driving employees would park their personal vehicle where the truck is parked. In other words, they swap the truck for the car. It would be in the same space. So if the truck, they arrive at 6 o'clock in the morning, there's a truck there. They pull their car up, they pull the truck out, they put the car where the truck was.
Other thing, on the original approval, it was for a porta potty with a concrete pad. And that was, if I remember correctly, that was acceptable then because there were not going to be employees on site for the full 12 hours of operation, 6 days a week. We are now going to have 10 to 12 employees. That has to change, correct?
Well, there's only 5 on the site at the maximum. I mean, again, we'll be guided by the board. I think the existing facilities as approved are adequate for that, but
Is there currently a porta potty on site now?
I believe it was part of the approval, wasn't it?
No, it was part of the approval, but you said that you guys said that the property had been developed, so I'm just asking.
Well,
is the-
it's probably not there. I don't know. The answer is I'm not sure of that, but there's no tenant currently, so there's no reason to have it there currently. The site is completed but unoccupied.
So you're saying that if the porta potty isn't there now, it will be?
Correct.
And you
Absolutely.
think that a
Yes.
single porta potty is sufficient?
Yes.
How high will the piles of sand and concrete be?
I'm sorry.
Height of the sand?
Not more than 10 feet. The bulk storage standards do not allow a height more than 10, so we would not propose more than 10.
Mark and Ashton, oh, I'm sorry, Jim.
I just have one
I'll let
question.
you speak. Mark and Ashton, I have a question. Maybe this is my lack of knowledge about a mobile concrete plant, but it's going to be approximately 35 feet high. That fits within our ordinances, that's compliant?
That 35 feet, if considered a principal building, would comply. If considered an accessory building, it would not comply.
Thank you.
So I guess I would just follow up back to these various uses. And so I just want to make sure. So I had a contractor's yard with multiple contractors who had key access only currently, or as proposed. I know it's unoccupied.
Yes.
And then in this new situation, the concrete operator is okay with all of those contractors still coming and doing their thing and then also operating their plant?
Yes.
But it's not, these are employees of the operator.
So there's not going to be, so is this going to be this is sort of back to my clarity, is this now the only use?
Yeah, this would be the only use. We're not
So
looking.
we went from a contractor yard to a cement facility.
Well, so I think that the distinction is, and then Ian, you can jump in, but the distinction is that a cement operation, which is what's being proposed here,
Yeah.
is in effect the same as a contractor yard, but for the addition of this mobile cement, I keep forgetting the word, we said it 100 times, but the mobile cement mixer.
Well, I can just say,
And
per
an
our
empty lot
code,
is the same as a residential property because it has a house on it?
I'm sorry.
Never mind.
well, I would just say per our own code, like contractor yard is a thing and light manufacturing is a thing, and they're distinct separate things as two separate uses.
Understood.
Yeah. And again, it's not like, I just want to be clear for the record. It's, Jean said, like, she thinks it's a D1. I do too. I think it's like, it's not a point of, do you meet the criteria? It's just a point of saying what we're doing and making that as clear as possible.
We're not eliminating the contractor storage use on the property. That would remain with the concrete plant.
Sounds like it's a concrete plant with storage.
But the storage will be in addition to the concrete plant. In other words.
Right.
Right.
In
Yeah,
this-
it's accessory to the concrete plant.
That will be accurate, yes.
Yeah, exactly. It's not its own thing.
Right. Currently, the principal use is contractor storage, and that's a good way to put it. Under this proposal, the principal use would be the concrete plant with
It's gonna be one
contractor
company.
storage being an accessory use.
They will be the only tenant on the site. They be the only
There
tenant.
could be other tenants.
Will
The
be
idea
other
behind the
tenants.
contractor storage is that if I have a landscape business and I want to park my truck there, I need a place to park my truck because I can't park it on my property for zoning reasons, my house. I can rent one space here to park my truck in.
So it's not a concrete
So
plant?
it's not,
But
we
yeah,
we
so,
were led to
yeah.
believe this was the only
You-
use of the site.
Why are you saying that? I mean, that's kind of ridiculous. You just said that.
Well, I
because
don't think it's, I don't
We
think
we
it's
just
ridiculous at all.
clarified this and you understood it, and now you're.
No.
You
No,
then said they could
changed-
rent it
okay.
out.
You changed the, for lack of a better word, the argument. You stated that the principal use is not concrete storage, but you said that you had the ability to then rent out. That's nowhere in here. That was in nothing that we were presented. You were saying that before it was going to be a contractor's warehouse, it's now going to be a light manufacturing, in your opinion, it's a light manufacturing, a mobile concrete batch plant. There's a difference between being a mobile concrete batch plant and a mobile concrete batch plant that can rent out spaces. And I just asked you specifically, where were people going to park? If we're going to be renting out spaces, where are they going?
So
That's my first question.
So just as a point of clarity, I understand what the board's saying. I think what the distinction that I tried to articulate, which obviously I did not, is that we're not seeking to abandon the prior use that was approved by this board. For purposes of tonight, we're seeking relief to allow this particular operation to occur on site. Now, this is a lease, right? So ultimately a tenant's going to be coming in and operating this facility if approved. But at the end of that lease, if they can't find another concrete operator to come in, the owner of the site wants the ability and the flexibility to then go back to the contractor use that was approved by this board. So essentially what it is we're here tonight for this use. We're not here to say we want to have this concrete use and then have other individuals coming in and renting space. We want to operate this concrete facility, for lack of a better term, on the site while still maintaining our prior approval. We don't want to abandon the prior approval, which allows this contractor yard. So I can represent to the board that the purpose of this is to allow this particular operation on the site. And then ultimately, again, because it is a lease and you never know with a particular operator, if they go belly up or something like that, my client wants the flexibility to say, okay, well, if I can't operate this particular concrete operation, I can then go back to my prior approval, which allows a contractor storage yard.
Thank you,
But are you
Mr.
saying that as long as the concrete plant is there, there will be no other tenants?
Yeah, so exactly. This is meant for this particular tenant. That's why we're here for the relief for this particular tenant to operate the site. The idea is we're not, and I understand what the board's concerned now. I was a little confused that word, but I do get that, is we're not looking to say we want to have concrete in this area and then use the north portion of the property to store a different contractor's landscaping equipment, and then in the south portion, bring in another contractor to store, whatever, obviously your carte blanche of what it is. So I do understand the concerns. I apologize for the confusion there on that.
You're not abandoning the other approval, but as long as the concrete operation is being undertaken, it will be the only use.
Right, obviously the storage of the equipment and things would be associated with this concrete operation.
Thanks for that clarity.
Yes, thank you.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Just to follow up from what Ms. Bradley said and Mr. Tremor, I do have concerns with the fact that you have 10 to 12 employees and you're only providing 6 parking spots. Although you did mention that, they'll be pulling in and out their trucks. I don't think that is a safe way to operate. That's for the parking purposes. As far as there's no public water and sewer there. So you mentioned earlier that you would use approximately 3,000 gallons of water from a well. Do we have any kind of indication that this well is able to provide that long-term and wouldn't affect the surrounding areas, any other properties? And that it
Yes.
would be a long-term proposition that it would be able to provide?
Yes, that 3,000 gallons a day is just equivalent to a residential well.
Okay, and your testimony is that it wouldn't affect
That's correct.
surrounding
Yes.
properties?
And I would like to address the parking as well, because we talked about the 6, but there's actually 20 spaces here. So we're actually not even using all the parking. There's 14 spaces here for trucks, and there's 6 spaces here for cars. So we have 20 spaces, and we don't need more than 12.
So how many trucks do you have operating?
It would be approximately 5 stored on the site.
Yeah, you have how many trucks total?
5.
Right, so five would be parked on the site, so when the employees come in, those 5 of the employees that come into the site are getting into those 5 concrete trucks that would be on the site, and then they take that off, so.
Yep, that's correct. And the other trucks, I discussed, the dump trucks and the tractor trailers are from subcontractors. They don't stay at the site. They come from other sites, come and go. They're not parked here, they're not stored here.
Alfieri, I'm a little confused. Earlier, Mr. Borden said there would be 1 to 2 tractor trailers delivering raw materials. We talked about what type of materials. Said there would be 6 incoming dump trucks
Correct.
also delivering raw materials. Then he said there'd be 15 outgoing trucks, concrete, so you said 5 to.
But I said there was 5 truck drivers. So those are 5 trucks going back in and out 3 times a day.
So these trucks would be on the site, they come in, they fill up, they go out, drop it off at the site, then they're gonna come back, refill
I
it.
understand what you're saying now, but that's not how it was explained. That's why I'm
Okay,
asking
well,
the question.
And the tractor trailer and dump trucks I described, those are subcontractors delivering those products. Those trucks do not stay here. They come, drop off their materials and go home.
Okay.
Yes. So parking, we have more than enough parking for the cars in the.
Okay, that's fine. As far as the change of the gravel parking lot that you have now, and you're planning on storing the sandstone and stockpiles, I'm concerned with that. The close proximity to the wetlands, the fact that it's gravel, the runoff, how do you mitigate those issues, changing it from proposed gravel parking
Understand.
area to storing these kind of
Well, first
materials?
of all, what you're storing are raw materials, earth materials, sand and stone. So, and in these types of plants, they're stored on, frankly, sand surfaces all the time. If you, for example, go to Earl Asphalt in South Hope Chapel Road, that's one of our clients, they store piles of stone on dirt right next to wetlands. So it's not a concern. It's inert natural material.
Right, but there's a concern for runoff
And
if you're going to
the
have
concern
the
would be
sand
erosion.
running
That's
into the
correct.
wetlands.
And that concern is, in my opinion, obviated because the current grading of the site pitches the site towards Progress. There's a stormwater basin in the front right here. So all the runoff from here goes towards the road. None of the runoff from the site goes towards the wetlands. And that's the way the site is in the current condition, as approved by the board.
And I'm concerned as well with the fact that there's no septic or sewer of some kind for, say, if you have
I
decent.
mean, that's a valid concern. If you felt that concern, we could put in a septic system.
And then you would need some kind of a structure.
Just a bathroom.
There's no intention to have any sort of administrative or office setting on the site. This is the individuals, the employees that would be on site are there to help assist when these trucks come up for the loading, just to make sure that the truck's in the right spot. And then when it comes, and that way when the materials get into the truck, that's their function. It's not meant to, have an office setting or anything like that. We're
Right,
not
but you're
having-
having approximately 5 employees there throughout the day, right?
That would be a
I
potential.
mean, I
maximum.
would assume
That's
also
the maximum.
the construction, the truck drivers themselves are dealing with construction sites and don't have, facilities on those sites generally other than a porta potty. They're probably going to want to use it when they get back. So I just think that it would be appropriate to have some kind of a normal facility that would provide for the employees.
I mean, we could provide that if that's a desire of the board.
Go one step further on that. You're talking 5 trucks. You have a front end loader. You have other people there. You could have 10 people there.
Well, the
You-
fine loader is one of the 5 that's on the site.
Okay, but you could also have accident there. Guy gets concrete on him in his eyes. What are you going to do?
Mhm.
So, going what he was saying, might want to put a septic,
That's
get a
fine.
trailer there that has a shower, locker room, and some water capabilities because you are staffing it with people. You can sugarcoat it all you want. You could have 5 to 10 people there at any given time.
That's fine.
And I would just add, from a basic standpoint, where are these 5 people going to be, staying during the day? Are they always working with the trucks? If they're
Yes.
not there, if the trucks are all out at one time, you have 5 guys, where are they? They're
Well,
gonna-
5 is the
they're gonna-
maximum.
Whatever number,
but-
they're going to hang out in their cars?
I understand. Oh, no, they're working. They're working. One is operating the loader, one is maintaining the plant, one is scheduling the trucks.
What are they gonna do for lunch?
Will
I
there be a
mean, nobody
supervisor?
works-
Oh, I'm sorry.
I kind of want to go back to the parking for a second. The space that you have for the 14 for the trucks that need it, how deep are those parking spots?
I don't have a scalable map, but I'm gonna say they're 30 feet, almost 30 feet deep.
And how big are the trucks that you're going to be parking there?
Well, I don't know. Do you know how long a cement truck is, Scott? Yeah. Our guess is 30 to 32 feet for a cement truck.
So if they're bigger than the depth, they're going to be sticking out into the lane that you have travel.
Well, except that you have the overhang of no, I disagree. You have the overhang of the front. If they park in, the part of that length is in front of or behind the front. or
Where's
rear
the
tire.
fence?
I'm sorry?
Where's the
I'm
fence?
sorry, the fence is up along the road. This is our stormwater area. So that's just open, this area. So with the overhang of the truck, it fits within that parking space.
Take a step back. So you're saying you're willing to put in a septic system and a trailer that has facilities for the workers?
Yes.
And is there a possibility you may need an office in the trailer? There must be some kind of foreman who is there to
Well,
oversee.
if I'm doing the trailer, I do an office trailer, so it has the office with the restroom.
It's also my understanding that the owner of this property also owns the building next door at 55 Progress. And if it would please the board, we'd be willing to commit as a condition of approval that any employees on this property would be permitted to use the facilities at 55 Progress without any impediment.
Go back to A1, please, Anthony. I don't think you heard. Anthony? Can you shoot to A1, please? For the board's reference, that's this building right here.
And that looks like a far distance away for an employee to have to go use the
Understand.
facilities.
Well, that was, we're just trying to be helpful.
So that was in addition to
But we
the
agreed-
trailer.
We agreed to do the trailer with the restroom in the
Right,
office.
right, which is
Fine.
We're not
proposing
taking that
options.
away. We're
Got
just
it.
simply trying to provide levels of
Thank you for clarifying.
comfort. We're not trying to take something away.
I just want to add one clarifying thing to the record. I did confirm Ernie did get the draft. I did not.
No problem. No, no.
Just
that's all
wanted to
good.
be clear.
It's all
Um,
good.
May I ask,
Hope we didn't bother him.
actually,
Hope we didn't-
On his vacation. Sorry.
I just, I
didn't
believe the
answer, he was
test
coming.
that Mr. Jones had said that 35 feet high is permissible for a permanent building, but this is not a permanent building, or it is a permanent
No, I
building?
think the question was if it's a principal
Okay.
use.
Okay.
As a principal use, the
Okay.
maximum height is 50 feet.
No.
I know you still have your traffic engineer. We usually take testimony till 10:30. I'm going to leave it up to the board. How do you want to proceed? We still have the public, we still have the traffic engineer. Thoughts?
We don't have to have the traffic.
So, you don't want to hear my thoughts, but what are my, what are our options again?
So we're already past the time we normally take testimony. We still have the public, we still have their traffic engineer, and then
Okay.
any additional discussion where it's 10:42.
And Madam
So-
Chair,
so
just for,
option,
Yes.
I was just gonna say, for purposes of the traffic engineer, we're happy to rely on that report. He could come up and provide testimony to the extent the board believes they would like to hear it and answer any questions. But that we'll defer to the board as to how they want to proceed on that.
okay, so just to
Go
be
ahead, Mr.
clear, my
Martins.
options are, okay, it's past 10:30, we're done, or we listen to the whole thing. Are those my two options? I'm still confused on what my two options are.
Our two options are we could set a date for them to come back after we take anyone from the public.
Okay? Because that we have to do, right? Take from the.
Have to take the
Okay,
public, correct.
Fair, okay.
So.
That's one.
We can open it to the public and then adjourn the meeting and give them a date to come back.
Okay,
Or if it pleases the board, which again, it's 10, or we're almost 10:45, we can let them finish their testimony.
Uh-huh.
If there was any questions the engineer or the planner had regarding, or our zoning officer had regarding the traffic report, and then any discussion or deliberation from us in addition to also hearing the public.
okay. Do we need a motion to pick one of those? No?
you could
Okay.
just-
I'm for number one. We just, to the public, option number one, because
I think this thing
I
is
also
fraught
think you
with,
need to do a little more work on this.
yeah,
All
I
right,
think
so-
this,
but, no, that's why I opened it to everyone and didn't make a blanket thing. That's why I'm opening it to you. It's, again, it's already 10:45. I understand completely. But we serve the public, but we all do work. Gina, if you can start to look for a potential date for them to return, February 4th. Mr. Alfieri? Mr. Alfieri, our zoning officer, says the next available date would be February 4th.
I just wanted to say about February 4th, we already have 3 applications on, so I don't know if the board would be amenable to a fifth, another application, depending how long we may project it to be.
Gordon? I can't hear you.
We were fourth tonight, so if we're fourth on February, that sounds
But
the
you only
same.
got, trust me, that cancellation is why we ended up here. That postponement, I should say. So we were all thankful that, yes, we got. a
That's
new
fine,
testimony.
whichever the board prefers.
And the applicant is the master of their application. So if they don't want to provide any operational or engineering testimony, that's up to them.
So we're hearing the board's comments here. I think it would be best if we do come back on the 4th, we would be able to, provide some further clarification on the operations. We'll get you some additional information and try to clean this up a little bit for you so the picture's a little bit more clear from our presentation standpoint for the board's benefit. So we have no problem with that.
Thank you, Mr. Alfieri. It's an unusual operation, so I think you could see the board struggling. with that.
Understood.
So given that information, we're going to look at February 4th. Is that agreeable to you, or do you want to move to the 18th? As Ms. Mo just told us that, obviously, there's already other applications, so it's up to you.
So I guess I would say if the 18th, if we would be my understanding is, I'm being told, we would like to be on the 4th as early as possible.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, and Mr. Alfieri, you waive the statutory time periods?
Yes, of course. Thank you.
And there's no additional notice for the,
Thank you.
So we are going to open it to the public before we close for this evening. So if there's anyone from the public wishing to come forward, please do so at this time.
Oh, I swear to tell the whole truth,
you
nothing but the truth.
remain under oath, Ms. Jones.
Okay. I was wondering if you can clarify, I was trying to follow all the amounts of the trucks, the parking spots. If I'm understanding, you're saying there's only going to be 5 or 6 trucks there, parked there?
Correct.
But I guess I'm a little confused because on your map, you show a lot more than 5 or 6 spots.
Yes.
So I don't know if those other spots aren't being used for something. I don't understand why the truck drivers have to pull their truck out, pull their car in, at the end of the day, pull their car back out, put their
Well,
truck back in.
Good point. The reason there's more space is because this site was approved for different use that had more parking. So, but you are correct, given that we have the extra spaces, they don't need to move their truck to park their car. They could just park next to the truck and drive the truck.
But that was the same thing when you were giving the testimony, right? That it was only being used for one thing at a time? So that, you understand, I'm a little
Yes.
confused as to why it wouldn't have been presented as,
There was confusion over whether we're maintaining the storage use as we're doing the concrete. We're not doing that. We're just maintaining that approval in case the tenant for the concrete plant, leaves at some point in the future, but the uses will not operate at the site at the same time.
So-
And to your point, I think your question, what you're getting at is there's a certain number of parking spots on there. There's a certain number of employees. You're saying based on the fact that there's only potentially five trucks that are going to be there overnight, if these individuals are coming in, where there should be sufficient parking based on what's being shown on that plan. The reason why might have to do what Mr. Borden had testified, where the truck may have to come out, is that there could be up to that number of employees in the day. So we're saying that there could be up to 15 employees, meaning that the guys coming on the site to the truck, and then up to the 5 employees that may be on site staying there. So it's just to provide that flexibility. So there, in some instances, they could park there and there would be no issues. And then other days when there might be an additional employee there, so instead of 7 employees that day, there's 8, right? So 5 guys come in and get in the truck. Essentially, what we're saying is that the site does have adequate parking for what we're proposing. Whether it be as Ian testified, which is, some of these guys may come in, get in, move the truck, pull their car into their spot, or alternatively, they may not need to do that day. They can utilize the spaces over there. But ultimately, the parking that is here, our testimony is that it's sufficient for the number of employees that are going to be on site and/or taking the trucks off of site to deliver the concrete to a different area.
Okay, then to that note, because when you were talking about the bathroom and, putting the trailer and everything, there was only going to be 5 employees. Now it might be 7 or 8.
Well, no,
plus
it's up to 5 employees that will be on the site in terms of assisting, the actual mechanism of putting these materials into the trucks and getting them out.
Okay, no, I mean, I understand that, but 5 employees there, 5 trucks there is still 10. But 5 people aren't going to be there all day. Their cars are going to be there. But if there's 14 spots and 10 people, it just seems like there's a little bit of allowance for it to be more than what it's there. So I'm just saying, as a resident, if I drive down the road, I don't want to see one-stop trucks, parked. So I'm just curious I don't think if you have that many spots, people shouldn't have to be pulling their truck out to pull their car in. So that's why I wanted clarification on it.
And I thought I had, where they won't be doing that. They'll be able to, there's room enough for them to park without having to move the truck.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that.
Yeah, Ms. Jones, I asked that question to Mr. Borden.
Oh, I'm sorry, I wasn't sure who was talking to.
Yeah, no problem. I asked that earlier to Mr. Borden, and he explained that they have the 6 on the top and then another 14 on the bottom. Together, that's 20 spots, so it would not be necessary to pull them in and out.
Okay, I was trying to follow the math,
I
but it
agree.
was a
That's why
little,
I had the same
I
question.
felt
as
a
you
little
did.
like
Thank
I was
you.
watching Pong. So
Yep, thank you.
just checking.
We'll provide a plan to the board that illustrates these things before the next hearing. We'll show you the office trailer, the septic, and the actual truck parking and the car parking so that there's no questions.
Hello, good evening. Do I have to swear me in?
Oh, I'm
Oh.
sorry. Wake up. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will give before this board will be the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
And could you
Eric
state?
Jones, Tyson Road, Jackson. Just one question, maybe 3 questions. Who owns this road? Who owns Progress Place?
It's an association of all the property owners along
Okay, so the
Progress
town
Road.
doesn't own that road?
Town does not own it.
Okay. What are the weights of these trucks, fully loaded?
I do not know.
Are we approaching 80,000 pounds perhaps?
I do not know.
Because coming out of there and then 80,000 pounds going left onto Cedar Swamp is going to be disaster. The amount of people that come down, you can't see the curve above on that picture, but people come around the bend there and then people come off the on-ramp. They should only be able to go right. Because I figure the intent of this place is probably the access to 195. Am I correct? Is that why they picked this site, perhaps?
I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, as I sit here right now, I mean, it certainly would make sense that 195 would
Well,
be
if you
accessible
lower
for
that
the
picture
trucks.
down a little bit, there's a curve there, and it's people come whistling around there, It's
Mr. Alfieri, are you going to be providing traffic testimony and
Yes.
traffic engineer at the next
Yes, we will be.
session? So
And I also, the other thing is I also notice on some Google Earth maps and stuff, it seems that, I don't know how crowded this park and ride gets, but I do notice in a lot of the aerial photos and stuff that I don't know why people are parked along that road. Are we going to be looking for a no parking on this side? Because you're narrowing the road with cars already parked there, and it doesn't seem to me like you can pass safely with a truck and a car when somebody's parked.
We don't propose any on-street parking on Progress Place.
Oh, not you on street parking. I'm saying
Understand.
overflow from the park and ride. Seems they park on
Oh.
that street.
I don't believe it's from them. My experience with the park and ride is that it's mostly empty.
I don't know. I look at the Google Earth and there's people parked on that road. I don't know where they're
Well, I
parked.
think that,
That's free code.
Of the.
Okay. All right, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm just making sure he's done. All right.
Sorry, I know everyone wants to go to sleep, but I just have a question with the trucks that are going to be parked there. Are they going to have maintenance done there? So there's no working on the trucks there.
No repairs, no maintenance.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
We'll see you back on February 4th. Thank you. Have a wonderful holiday. Happy New Year. Public session is now closed and motion to adjourn.
Second.
Happy holidays, everybody. Happy New Year.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.